Hey, is this career low? Yeah, here we go. I got a bunch of stuff I gotta do. Check 1, 2, mic check. Are we rolling, baby? Check 1, 2. I think I'm going to leave the chat open today, if I can, because I got a bunch of crap meetings today. What's going on here? Okay, save. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there today? How are y'all doing out there? How's everybody doing? Let's get right into it. Just switch right out of there. Give me one quick second. I'm gonna try to leave the chat open this morning, as I will not be here. I'll be here. I'll be in the office, but I have the ability, or I have a bunch of meetings this morning scheduled, and but I want you guys to have the stream up so you can chat amongst each other. Give me just one quick second. I got a couple things I got to do. I'll give you a quick, brief market overview, and then we'll do some chatting real quick, and then I'm gonna have to take some meetings this morning. So give me just a quick second here. Let me see here. Got a couple things I got to do. Good to see you all. We're parked on the Gamma Flip this morning. Also parked on the hourly trigger. We're going to talk about that. Hold on here. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Good to see everybody. One quick second here. So I'm going to leave the chat open on YouTube. So if you don't normally comment, or you're not a member or any of that kind of stuff, you can just subscribe for free this morning and chat. Let me see here. Newest, as I won't be interacting with you subscribers. Let me see here. Any duration. That doesn't cost any money. And so subscriber only mode means that you just click subscribe, and it shouldn't cost you anything to chat. So that's not member only mode this morning on YouTube. And then on Twitch, let me see here. Twitch. I'm going to do the same thing on Twitch this morning. If you just give me a second here. Chat settings. So you don't have to be a subscriber today on Twitch. They use different monikers for this. So you should be able to chat freely on Twitch and YouTube this morning. Let me do a live stream post here. Oh, shoot, I got to call him too. I got so much. All right. Give me one quick second here. I'm so far behind. It's not even funny. There's not enough time in the day. The day needs to have like an extra 8 hours in it or something. So that I can get everything I need to get done every day done, and that's not happening. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Copy that. Close that. Put that up there. On here. Okay, let's see if that works. I think I did that wrong. Yeah, that's whatever that is. I think I did the thingamajiggy wrong. Okay, I'll post that on Twitter. So let's do a quick review of the reaction to the news this morning, the economic news that came out, and we'll talk about that. Give me one quick second here. So just let's talk about CPI really quick. So CPI, all expectations are at 3.6%. We came in at 3.7% CPI year over year is what I'm talking about. Not too much of a difference. There's a lot of talk about out there if we need one more rate increase, two more rate increases. Jerome seemed to be stating two things: 1 to 2 more rate increases, and way higher for longer. From my interpretation, he was claiming that he'd be raising rates into December of 2024. A high probability, high likelihood of that. We know that rate increases and futures on that is saying, hell no, that ain't happening. You'll be cutting rates by springtime. There seems to be a big fight right now as well out there between banks, market participants betting against this. Now, it's been an ongoing thing, but when you look at the rate of inflation, when you look at the unemployment rate is really what matters. Let's key in on that too. The unemployment rate is the key indicator. So I was in a conversation this morning on the phone and with a friend, and we were discussing what is tied to the stonk market. And because on stream sometimes I'll say things like, this is a hard thing to express. What I want to express to you is a hard thing to express, and I've become jaded over the years. Retailers go to places like Bloomberg, they go to Twitter, they go to Wall Street Bets, StockTwits. It doesn't matter where you go. You can go to Google News, you go to Market Beat or whatever that is out there, and we're all consuming a narrative that's being fed to us, and whatever narrative gains traction is the prevailing narrative. If it works out, it's assigned to that prevailing narrative. If it doesn't, we give excuses, right? Or it disappears. So you'll read a story, let's say in the news, and it gains traction amongst retailers. And it matters in that moment. And then the moment that price doesn't agree with that narrative, we just forget about it. That's the thing that I always notice. People just forget about the narrative that was told. They latch on to another narrative, and until that narrative is proven or disproven. And like, there's no real causation or correlation, I should say, to these narratives that are produced and latched onto. And whenever they're wrong, we just fucking move on to the next narrative. It's kind of hilarious to see this, and I've removed myself from a lot of that narrative, like drinking that Kool-Aid and then discussing that Kool-Aid and validating that Kool-Aid. I've grown tired over the years of consuming it. And as a matter of fact, when I was a young trader, I would latch onto it in my trading, and there have been times where I've been left behind. Now, this isn't recently; this is years ago. But there would be times where specifically buying stock. That was like the glaring example. If one sector was just going to the moon, right? And if the stock market or the community, the retail community was latched on to a specific sector or stock, and that ticker or sector was the darling child of the market, right? And you'd see like the money leave that sector or stock before prices changed. And then all of a sudden the narrative switches over to this new sector or stock and kind of leaves behind what the talk of the town was. And it just dies down. The conversation dies down. The money moves off into something new. And nobody ever addresses the fact that a week before, that was the golden child, the darling child, the heir apparent. And that translates well into crashes, translates well into the narratives that are given. And earlier this week, someone in the stream was saying, we are tied to rates. And like I didn't agree, and then I agreed, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to agree. And this isn't like a disparaging remark to that, whether we are tied to the inverted yield curve or not. But let's look at that. I mean, if you bring up the inverted yield, if you bring up the yield curve in general, it is one of the worst fucking indicators for anyone to assign themselves to as the market, especially the equity market, being tied to it. It's piss poor. Piss poor. If you were to overlay a chart of the 2s and 10s over SPX or Qs, it's like if you look at it over the course of like 10 years or so, you can't see shit. Like sometimes it's in line with the equity market, sometimes it's not. And so it's a piss poor indicator. And as a matter of fact, if you look at just TLT, is a somewhat better way to look at it, but even that you can't overlay it on a chart and say this looks exact, right? To what the yield curve is. So it's fascinating to me because price action is king, and price action will or destroys narratives day in, day out, week in, week out, year after year, where it just doesn't matter. It's not really why the market's going up and the market's not going down. And to that point, I want to bring up what the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and the market was already positioned for a downside move when that took place. Banks were positioned for that news to come out. And what's also fascinating about that is if you look back when the USSR was collapsing, there are many books written about Goldman Sachs in particular having offices in Moscow during the collapse of the USSR. And so they knew when the fall was coming, when it was going to happen, what the mechanics were from the economic side of things within Russia, within USSR. They were actually buying up stock from oil and gas companies. Like they were buying it from mafioso, literal gangsters. Now, we know that GS does not have a fucking office in the Gaza Strip, do they? We know that there's no GS office, there's no JPM office, there's no, Mike Wilson doesn't have a back office with some guy in the Gaza Strip, right? We know that. So we also can likely, we can actually assign that this was likely unknown, that Hamas did not call their guy at JPM and say, hey, by the way, we're going to pull this shit over the weekend. So our equity market was bottoming. We were at the end, oversold. We were rounding the corner, and you've got banks going, all right, fuck it, we're going to go long. It's that simple. Everyone tries to make things so complicated. GS had released a statement that they were net seller of equities heading into last week at some point, and then GS released a statement that they were net buyers and sellers of puts. So we see the invasion this past weekend, and it's like lifting the skirt up of equity market participants and showing that when they don't have the insider information, they do not react to that news. Most times. Sometimes they do. We know that at 9/11 they did, and people got hurt, right, in the equity market over that. We know that there are times when that does happen, but we can see specifically that did not happen this past week. And they did not know in advance of this taking place. That's the key point here. And so for banks to be prepared for that, they have to get ready for it. They have to find liquidity to price those events in. And not only that, it leads into the question of when does the war with Israel and Hamas matter? When will it matter? When will it be priced in? And where will it be priced in? And we talked about this in the past week or so. I've talked to you about you have the initial reaction, you have the initial active duty forces that react. They did that. Then you have the call up that takes about 2 weeks to take place. This isn't any modern military. It takes weeks, minimum of 2 weeks, minimum. And then you have the rest of those forces that need to be trained up, retrained. That shit can take 6 weeks, 9 weeks. Even if you fast track it, it takes weeks. You have to make sure that people are fit for combat. You have to make sure that you're filling roles and units, all this other shit in the background. Then you got logistics that need to be taken care of. And you have a doctrine change in Israel. And so that takes time. Now, the market knows this. They've got some time to react. And we already had that small, quick grace period for a few days. And we're coming into the first milestone of calling soldiers, airmen, naval personnel, whatever they've got over there in Israel back. We're coming into that next phase. So tomorrow, the 11th, into the 15th. Now, I don't have the Twitter post in front of me. I wish I did this morning, but I don't. But there's a great military. There's a guy on Twitter. I'll try to find him this morning for you, and I'll get that post to you today. But he came up with the same kind of an idea to expect the next phase in this war to begin right around the 11th to the 15th of October. So. Starting tomorrow into Monday, it could become priced in. You could begin to see the next phase of pricing in. We had a little bit of weakness that Monday morning, but I think you need to be, and I need to be aware, or still conscious of when this next phase of war begins. It begins to escalate, intensify, and ramp up. Could take place into this weekend and into Sunday and Monday. So I want you to be aware of that as we start to go up in price and become not overbought, not oversold, but we're kind of like in a place where you can short the market and price that stuff in. There was some information coming out yesterday that I went over last night after the show ended. I was doing some research, and some of what I've said sounds like it could potentially happen. And we're going to explore that briefly here, but Qatar yesterday threatened to, we know they've got water being shut off, electricity being shut off. Qatar is threatening to cut off the world gas supply. That would be something that matters to the stock market. And you also have some threats against the United States. If hostilities continue. So, and if you see a ramp, and you also have something I don't talk about here, but the it's called like the I forget what it's called right now. It's called I'm having a mind block right now. But basically, it's the intensity of warfare. And I'll give this stuff to you later this morning. I'll cite the sources for this stuff this morning. But I've said it in the stream before, which is mowing the lawn. We're not mowing the lawn anymore, right? Violence of action, right? I think it's called violence of action, and Israel is going to use that doctrine in the coming weeks, like this weekend, next couple weeks. And some of the stuff that I've discussed with you would be some kind of a deal between Saudi Arabia. This wouldn't shock me. A deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel to continue, and some kind of a backstabbing of Hamas in particular, and possibly even forcing Qatar to come in line. You got Qatar, you got Saudi Arabia that are trying to whitewash their past, trying to join the modern world. They're building these crazy cities. You've got Saudi Arabia becoming an art capital of the world. You've got soccer and golf and all of these things that parts of the Arab and Muslim world are trying to become a part of the world economy. And then you've got some countries. You got a country like Afghanistan. If they just do their thing in Afghanistan, no big deal. They don't cause any huge worldwide disturbances. Nobody cares. And you've got Hamas trying to disrupt this process of modernizing the Middle East. And if they're crushed in that trying to disrupt that modernization of the Middle East, you could see some really crazy stuff happen in the coming days and weeks as time passes. So I want you to keep this on your palate and an awareness of this as we head into the 11th through the 15th. It could extend into the 18th of October. So keep that on your mind as we head into this coming weekend and then next week. And it's not so much if this stuff gets ramped up. It's, does it drag in the world economy? Does it drag in the United States? Does it drag in the United States? And maybe there's a trap for Iran. There's a trap for Lebanon. There's a trap for the Gaza Strip. That's unknown, right? That we don't see publicly. That there are deals being brokered in the background. You saw the Arabic League meeting between Russia, between Putin and those guys, both that group and Putin. So there's a lot of mechanics, political ramifications in the background happening that we don't see, is my point. And I think we might be surprised as to its outcome in the coming days and weeks. I know it's a long shot, but there's other things that are going on in the world that are going against this being the usual mowing the grass that Israel does, right? Every decade or two. And something else fascinating in this whole thing with Israel and Hamas. Yesterday I was on a phone call again. It turned into, let's check out the demographics of the Gaza Strip. And so we went down a rabbit hole checking out all the demographics of the Gaza Strip, and it was fascinating to see the size of their population and the median and average age of their population is very low. So when you look at the Gaza Strip, they have a very young average age, and their population is bursting at the seams. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, in the coming decade or so, there's going to be a population explosion in the Gaza Strip, like explosion in the Gaza Strip. So just looking at those things, those demographics of the population in that small area, it's just screaming that something needs to be done. There needs to be some kind of a solution, even if it's not dealt with, or even if this didn't happen this past weekend. There's going to be a reckoning over that. You can't have 3 million, 4 million people in the Strip in the next 5 years, 10 years, right? You have that great population explosion, so they probably know that something has to be done. And even these larger nations in the Middle East probably know that something's going to be the trigger, the fire, whatever that is going to ignite at some point. Even if it didn't happen this past weekend, it's going to happen. And that the standard doctrine for the Strip likely would not work anyways in the coming 1 to 3 to 5 years. So a solution would need to be found. And so I just find it fascinating that's happening right now. And then if it didn't happen, it still likely would have happened. And Israel's probably aware of this. Surrounding nations are probably aware of this. I even saw talk yesterday about Egypt taking in some of these non-combatants and increased aid to Egypt. Now, this is a nation that we say is never going to take any of these Palestinians in. And I likely think that a lot of these nations in the Middle East will take in these non-combatants. Europe will likely take in more of these non-combatants. The U.S. will likely take in more of these non-combatants. And how do you find a solution to this? If Israel's saying there's going to be a solution, you know what the only real solution is. You know it, and I know it. You and I both know that it's a matter of poverty. It's a matter of education, right? Education and poverty. We know that. We know that. As a matter of fact, where I'm living, I live in Detroit, Michigan, right? This is where I live now. There was a protest vigil in a place called Dearborn, Michigan. I believe it was yesterday or the day before, and they had video and pictures of Palestinians holding this vigil, and they were supporting Palestinians. And the one key takeaway that I took from the images and the reporting that was going on from Dearborn, was these Palestinians in Dearborn are supporting people, but they're not willing to go back to Palestine either, right? They're not willing to go back to the Gaza Strip either. These people have been afforded a better life. They've been afforded education. They've been afforded de-radicalization. And if Israel's saying they're going to do these things, that would seem to me like it's the only solution. That you like when you have a young person, right, a young child, and they're impoverished, they are not educated, and they are fed, radicalizing material, only certain sections of, I don't want to say like Bible, Quran, stuff like that. This happens no matter what religion you are. You see this with Christians too. You can see it with cults. You can see it with atheists. Doesn't matter. When you deprive people of their access to wealth, education, then you feed them what you want them to have, right? To radicalize them, you can make people do whatever you want, right? You can turn them into veritable monsters. So the only solution that I can see here is that you remove these people from being impoverished, you educate them, and you give them a better life. So if that's a part of that plan with Israel, if they're shifting their doctrine, and if you see these nations that are trying to join the world, like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, nations with money and looking towards their future, it seems to me like if this is that moment where you can have that opportunity to do that, you let the fighters fight, you let the combatants combat, but then you have to step in at the same time and try to change the lives of these people so that they don't become radicalized. And there's a prime example of this even in the United States. In Dearborn, Michigan, there's a very large Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian population. And these people live in peace. These people have jobs. They have education. They're not radicalized. There's no crazy shit going on in Dearborn, Michigan. Now, there's some shit that people get pissed off about around the nation. They pop up in national news, but you don't see that stuff. So if you want to end that, if this is real, if Israel wants to end that, That's what has to happen, right? You go in and you literally, just like Germany, just like Japan, you do some damage and you remove the non-combatants, and you kind of have to take them out of poverty and kind of have to educate them and give them opportunity to not radicalize. So I'm hoping that happens. That would be my hope if I had a hope. You should be aware of that as the weekend progresses into next week. That it doesn't grow out of control. That we don't drag in Iran. We don't drag in Lebanon. We don't drag in Qatar threatening to cut off the gas for the rest of the world and stuff like that. That people begin to play ball and they find some kind of a real true solution to what's going on in the Middle East. Now, this morning, the market. Let's talk about the market really quick. So, number one, I want you to be conscious of this war stuff as we head into into the weekend and then into Monday. Be aware of it. If you wake up on Monday morning and the market's down to 100, 300 points because some crazy shit went down, I don't want to see you on stream and chat saying, I didn't see this coming. Right? If something crazy happens over the weekend. Meanwhile, right now you're seeing the hourly trigger hold. And I was talking to a friend this morning and he was scared. This morning, he saw the economic news come out and it was slightly hot. And then he was like, hey, the yield curve is going to impact the market this morning. And all I said to him was, where's price? Price is above the hourly trigger, right? That's the place that price above the hourly trigger, right? So price right now above the hourly trigger, still above the hourly trigger. We then have the hourly trigger, the daily trigger, and then we have the weekly trigger, right? We know something. This we can figure something out about this. That markets are stable when we have that condition. We also know that we can buy the hourly trigger whenever we come back to revisit it. So if we come back down here, right, we touch the hourly trigger, we know that we can buy the hourly trigger, right? And until that fails, until that hourly trigger fails, we're following trend. So if price goes up above, comes back down, you buy that, and only if it begins to break down do you put your stops in, and you start to get bearish, right? If we begin to reject and start to head to the downside. That has not happened yet, has it? So this is the assignment of news, the assignment of theses or traction that you get on bullshit stories on social media. They don't mean shit. They don't mean anything. And if the market doesn't go the way that your thesis that you're consuming on social media and on Bloomberg and where the fuck else it is that you get your information. So if price if it bounces off the hourly trigger, you forget that whole narrative that you had and you create a new narrative. Right? Or you say, bad news is good news, whatever it is that you say. The great part about this system is it disregards all the shit that you're out there consuming. It disregards all the news that you're consuming. It disregards all of the rumors that you're consuming. It disregards social media and retailers and all that other shit. As long as you've got price here, it's above the hourly trigger, it's above the daily trigger, it's above the weekly trigger. You stay on track and you buy that hourly trigger. If it begins to fail and break down and start to head down right to the daily trigger, you can take that short if you want. That's intraday trend. And then if you see the hourly cross the daily or the daily cross the weekly, you get more and more bearish and more in sell mode. But until that happens, you're still buying the hourly trigger, regardless of news, regardless of bullshit, regardless of your thesis, regardless of the crap that you're regurgitating that you read on somebody's fucking report last night or whatever the fuck it is that's out there that's telling you all this bad shit is coming. It's useless and it's worthless when you have this tool. This tool the more that you have this tool, the more that you start realizing that it doesn't fucking matter all the chatter that's out there for why this and why that. And what truthfully happens is you see the bounce this morning, right? Nice, beautiful bounce, boom, boom, and it's holding right now. We're actually holding above the gamma flip right now as well. So until that changes, until you start to see price break through the hourly trigger, then you see the hourly trigger racing down and breaking through the daily trigger. Daily trigger is breaking down through the weekly trigger. You got nothing. You got nothing. And it's holding right now. So if we begin to break down and start to reject, right? We're watching it right here. No rejection here. You would have been looking for this to reject here and start heading lower. We didn't see that. We squeezed up, right? Broke down a little bit. They tried to sell it again. Unsuccessful, right? Still no chance there. So we'll pay attention to it if we begin to see price break down below the hourly trigger, right? If we see demand right here, right? You see demand here, demand here. This is telling you that currently buyers are still here. Now, if buyers show up this morning and don't continue to buy this dip, right? We start to roll down. Let's say we roll down right here. We break down, right? We begin to trade this, right? Begin to reject. That's the key point. Reject, right? That level. Sure, we'll take the short and go down with it to the daily trigger. Even then, if you see that and you don't see the indicators following, let me show this on a 30-minute chart. If you see price break down below the hourly trigger, right, below the daily trigger, and you don't see the hourly following, right, you don't see the green line following down, you don't see the yellow line following down, you don't see the orange line following down. If you just see price breakdown, but none of these things are following, you should see a squeeze back up. It's like a momentary kind of a thing, right? We have plenty of examples of this. Let me show you two key ones right now. So I want you to see the difference here, right? Let's see if I can show you this. Hold on here. Let me get a better example of this, or a way to show this in a better light. So I want to show you this right here. So I want you to see this yellow line right here, okay? I want you to see price going down. Here's an example of price going down, price going down, price going down. And yet this yellow line is not following. It's just continuing, 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 right? But here you see the break below. There's a stark difference here. Price dropping, but not the yellow line. Price dropping, but not the yellow line. Price dropping, yellow line follows. That's bad, right? Super bad. Right? There's bad X's there, bad juju, bad stuff, bad, right? Over here, not so bad, is it? Yellow line not following, yellow line not following. No reason to panic, just a correction. And so far, where we are right now, we're still threading that needle. There has been no cross. You see it right here? Yellow line has not followed down, has it? Has not blasted through here yet. It can, but it has not yet. Price is not down there yet either. And if price goes down, but the yellow line does not follow, there shouldn't be much room. There shouldn't be too much concern. Okay, so even if we roll down in price, if the yellow line is continuing higher, even though price is down there, we would expect a squeeze back up and a continuation to the upside in the marketplace. So be aware of that in the coming days. Be aware of it today. Be aware of it tomorrow. Now, intraday, we're going to look at the 1-minute chart on the intraday. And we're going to pay attention to this. We're going to pay attention to price here. If price begins to reject, that would mean what? You're looking for you're looking for, if you're a seller or even a bull that's scared, you're looking for price to break down. We always talk about this is a higher time frame, right? Well, not really a higher time frame, but you're looking for price to break down, come back up, and reject. Not do this, not do that. We want to see failure of buyers. We want to see buyers not have that will, right? This failure here is the will of buyers weakening. So you're looking for that action to actually trade that downside move to the daily trigger. Right now, price coming down again to retest that hourly trigger. So you're going to be looking for the failure. So if you see the break here of the hourly trigger, 1, 2, 3, right? And then if you see another squeeze higher, 1, 2, 3, right here, and it doesn't squeeze above, it just begins to immediately reject. Have your finger on the SPY, like the SPY fucking put button and just slam it, or the sell ES button. Have it ready to go, but do not take it until you see the actual rejection right on that green line, okay? You need to see the rejection here. You need to see the break and the rejection. You don't want to see these big squeezes to the upside. Another fascinating thing about this morning is let's look at Apple. What did Apple do this morning? It squeezed right on the open. You watched tech this morning, squeezed on the open. So until we see that rejection on that hourly trigger, not really too concerned here. Not too concerned here. Dude, who is that? Torn Dish. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, views, chat bots, etc. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Flexible and convenient order management panel. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on and off. Customize. Go to Streamrise. Are you? Can somebody go out? Can one of the fucking moderators ban that motherfucker? Can somebody ban that Torn Dish person? Anybody? Do I gotta turn the goddamn subscriber shit on again? Somebody go out there and ban that motherfucker. Torn Dishes, ban that guy. Anybody out there can ban that guy? You mean to do it? That's right. Whoever did that, congratulations. Who just banned that guy? Was that you, Poke the Juice Box? Good job. Ban that motherfucker. I don't sell out to anybody. I don't pay for traction or buy viewers or any of that shit. I don't do it on Twitter. I don't do it on any social media. So I don't give a fuck if one person shows up to this stream. If it's me and one other person, that's what we'll do. Ban that motherfucker. Good job, moderators. Now, saying all of what I just ranted about, saying everything that I just ranted about here, let's take a look at Webull really quick. And I want you to know that we are short buy up here, so just keep your eye on this. Even though I'm ranting saying, hey, we haven't sold the hourly trigger yet, keep your eye on this here. Market is still short, right? I want you to be aware of that. We have not had a turn to the upside. And one more thing, I want to show you traditional stuff. Going to Webull really quick. I want you to see a couple things. There's a 1 minute chart. We always talk about the second or third bear cross and how nasty they can get. So you had your first bear cross up here, right? First one right here. You can see it. But then you're getting this cross down here and this last cross right here. So I would be really wary here. If you're a bull and you're trying to buy a dip here, you can attempt a dip buy only when you get the bull cross here. And currently we don't have that. We actually have a cross showing up on the trigger screen here. So this is the one you want to pay attention to, not the crappy EMAs that you guys try to hack at home. So I know some of you guys are hacking like 21, 27 EMAs, 129, 126. So right here you see the cross. I want to show you the double cross right here. So here's a cross right there. See it right there? So there's the big cross, the white crossing the red line. You might not have that cross at home yet, and you are on the hourly trigger. So if this does happen, you're going to be looking for weakness from bulls. So right where we are, you're going to look for this green bar, right? You want to see this green bar not go any higher. You want to see red bars follow right down here, straight down underneath. And then you want to see more weakness by buyers and a failure on buyers right on that hourly trigger. You see that failure right there? If you see that, it's going to be on to the downside. You're going to see this roll here, and we'll go down. So pay attention to right where we are right now on your charts. Like, ban that. Hey, thanks, JR2717. I love you, man. I appreciate all the support and the love, brother. So keep your eyes on this bar, right? It's an important bar for you to see if we get a reversal to the upside, if we get a rejection to the downside. Now, there is some stuff to talk about. If we go to gamma, the gamma readings for this morning, right, on SPX, oh, that's SPY, but we're going to go to SPX. You go to the gamma readings for this morning. Here is the gamma flip right here, and you see us fighting with, right? So I want to. This is the gamma flip right here. You can see us parked right on the gamma flip, right? So we're parked. So gamma, at least we're parked right here. No decisions yet. We are the bullish above this 46M and this gamma flip. You see it? See if I can show it to you right now. If we begin to lose this gamma flip, right? We begin to reject to the downside, right? And we fail to get back above it. So I'm right here. So if we break below this gamma flip, right? And we fail to get back above it, whoop, whoop, whoop. I want you to, I'm gonna tell you what that number is on SPX right now. So it is 4369.84. So 4369.84. If you see not just the break, remember that, not just the break, but the rejection of that level. You want to see that rejection. If you see that rejection, watch out. Where does this put us if we do reject? Puts us all the way down to Monday at 1. This is, I believe, Monday at Monday the 9th at 11:30 in the morning to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we would free fall right down here. This would be range bound trading, right? If we break that gamma flip, you start to see this kind of stuff in here. As a matter of fact, I'm looking even lower, and we could possibly retest this low from that 418, 421 back here. That was, I think this was Thursday of last week. Now this was Tuesday of the 23rd, and this is Friday. So a couple key places to be aware of here, and we're going to look at that right now on Webull. So let's look at Webull if we begin to sell here. If we begin to sell, let me see if I can get that off. And let's try to find some correlation to the gamma in the marketplace. So this first speed bump in the road is 4302. And that correlates to SPY down at 428.41. 428.41 down here. So if we begin to break below this, there is a possibility. We know we have the one speed bump of the daily trigger. We know we have another speed bump of the weekly trigger. And then we have the buy the dip down here, gamma-wise, at 428. The scary part is that if we go all the way back and retest the original low, that is way down here in this purple line that I originally bought. Way down here. This is 421.66. So on the downside target, this is like uber bearish. So we'll make that buy the fucking dip. Down here, you got buy the fucking dip, buy the dip, right? Right here. So if you do see weakness on this, if you do see weakness this morning or over the weekend, you know a few things. I'm going to make like crayon draw this shit. If you break down and reject, remember that key point, reject, your first target's going to be 434.13. If you can break below that and begin to reject that at any point, or even if we squeeze up and bounce back down, and you turn the hourly trigger on its head and hourly trigger breaks below the daily trigger, we'll then target this 430 level and this buy the dip level down here. If we begin to reject that, your next target below is going to be that 421, 422, 421, 420 down here. So if you're a seller or a bear and you're like, hey, we're going to have a crash or we're going to, I don't know, go back and retest that low, any of that kind of stuff, on SPY specifically, you want to see a break of 435.93 with a rejection. Your next target is 430, under 434. Your next target is going to be 428. And then your next target is going to be 422-ish, maybe even as low as 420. So for you bears out there, for you sellers, for you panic people, any of that kind of stuff, these are your targets on the way to the downside. But as of right now, bulls are in control whether you know it or not. This is the opportunity for bulls to buy this dip here. Whether you know it or not, I assure you that the bulls are in charge, and the bulls, as long as they keep buying this and as long as demand stays here, the move is still to trade this upside here. Okay? So bulls are still in charge. If you think as a seller that you're in charge right now, you are not. Bulls are most assertively in charge. This is most assertively, or most certainly, only an opportunity for bulls to buy a dip. Until you break below this, not below this here, you got nothing. So start breaking below, start rejecting, and we'll start having that bear thesis, and we'll start shorting the market down level to level from here. Now, I did make a post on Twitter yesterday. I did make a post at the end of the day on Twitter. I said, we're going to squeeze up and gap it up overnight. But I also said, that fucking VIX is telling you that they're going to sell the fuck out of the open. Now, we sold a little bit early due to the slightly hot print this morning. So they did sell slightly early. But even if we had stayed flat or gapped more on the open this morning, you would have expected a sell on the open this morning, regardless of what that report was. If you were watching the VIX yesterday, there was a key indicator into the close yesterday, and we're going to look at that right now. So, hide all this crap right here. We're going to go switch over to the Webull chart, and I have to assign some respect here to someone that I really look up to, and that is Mike Silva. Mentioned yesterday that if you were to watch the last 4 sessions, we have this great buy right here, right? Nice big fat candle. You have a smaller candle right here, and he was talking about the slowing of momentum to the upside. You got one right here. Right, and then if you are one of those people like me that says the market ends at 4 p.m. and we're not going to count what happens afterwards, you have an inside candle, and it's a small candle, right? You got large candle, smaller candle, and an even smaller candle right here. So momentum slowing for bulls. And we brought this up in the stream yesterday, that we were watching the VIX yesterday, and the VIX was plummeting, and price was not expanding to the upside. You watched VIX get murdered yesterday, and yet price did not squeeze up higher until the end of the day. So watching that yesterday and watching VIX get murdered into the close leaves you saying, well, we're not at 13 right now. But the VIX yesterday had slammed all the way down to what? It had gone down to, let me see if I can find that exact low from yesterday. It was 1569, and price was not ripping, was it? It didn't go to all-time highs, any of that kind of stuff. So we did see yesterday into the close yesterday. Let me bring this stuff back up here. We did see yesterday into the close, VIX ripping to the downside, price not ripping to the upside. Someone also brought up in the chat yesterday, hey, why is HYG heading lower and SPY is not showing? There's a divergence in HYG and SPY yesterday as well. So not too unexpected to see this action into this open this morning. Not too unexpected, is it? And not too unexpected to expect this dip to hold for right now to find out if there's demand here, if the bulls are going to buy this and try to have some continuation to the upside. So until we break through this hourly trigger and reject, bulls have their chance to buy the dip. If they fail to buy the dip here, we'll start to reverse our thesis to some kind of bear thesis, some kind of sell the market thesis, and turn into bears. What's also fascinating about this morning, too, is we discussed spreads yesterday. And when we were discussing spreads yesterday, we pointed out that one of the most beautiful parts about a spread is that if you're bullish in your thesis, that you don't care where price goes as long as it gets to where you want it to go by the end of the expiration date of that call spread. So hopefully you guys bought call spreads yesterday and did not just buy fucking calls, right? Like, like weeklies or monthlies or any of that kind of stuff. What do you got here? Breaking, U.S. asked Qatar to not release $6 billion to Iran. Yeah, I think there's a, if I had to get, like, not guess, but like kind of like, I kind of bet there's a bunch of negotiations going on between the U.S., right? The world police. Whether that works or not, I don't know, but the world police, United States, trying to get some kind of backroom agreement between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Israel, in the United States. I think that's now whether that works or not, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know enough about Mideast politics, but that's a good insight, Mr. Talking Monkey. You want to pay attention to that as that information rolls out in the coming days and week. I think that will be material to our stock market, right? Do we drag in Qatar? Do we drag in Saudi Arabia? Do we drag in Lebanon? Or do we not? Or does I shouldn't say we, but does Israel? Because if we drag those nations into war, that involves the United States, right? That's when it does become material to our stock market. If we get dragged into something more than monitoring with these two carrier strike groups, if we transition into being pulled into this war between Hamas and Israel, that would be material to our stock market. Hold on one second. Let me see what you guys are talking about right now. All right, so done with the rants, right? Here's my problem here. I have some meetings this morning that I have to get and take. I don't have a choice here. So I'm going to leave you guys on your own this morning with the stream. I have to take, it's probably going to be, I'll be here in the office. I'll be here monitoring everything. But I have to take 3 important meetings this morning. So I'll be here with you. If you are a bull, this is your place to put risk on in the market. I got to express this to you. It's very important to say this to you. what happens a lot now, this might fail here. It doesn't matter if it fails here. But I got to talk to you about this. So this is how things go. If you're a bull, I'm going to show you exactly what happens here. Let me bring up a screen, okay? I'm going to show you exactly what happens with a bull, okay? Support is here. Right? Price comes down. Bounces on support. And you get scared. So you don't buy the dip. And what we do for work, what we do is risk. We do risk. We put risk on, and we have risk of losing all of our money. That's what happens. We risk losing all of our money. Right? Now, you as a bull or a buyer, we come down and support, and you go, oh, fuck, no, I ain't buying that. What if we break below and start to reject to the downside? When in fact, you should be putting that risk on if you catch a bounce here, if you catch a bounce. You should be putting risk on in here with stops below. But in reality, what happens is you catch the bounce here, right? And you don't put that risk on. We start going up, we start going up, we start going up. And you go, fuck, man, that looks bullish now. And you go, fuck it, I'm buying calls. So you actually buy your calls right here. And then it rolls over on you. And you come into my stream and you go, oh, what happened, Cap? I'm getting torched here. And I go, what about down here? Did you buy the dip down here? And you go, no, fuck no. I wanted to see it get bullish first. It's a very common thing that traders do is they don't buy this dip down here. They wait to see it go up, then they enter at the wrong time, right? So they're not putting risk on in the marketplace. Now, does that mean you buy every time we roll into one of these support levels? The answer is no. You do not buy that. But you do not buy this either. So you're not buying this, you're not buying that. Where do you buy? And that's where this stream comes into play for you. This is how you have an edge on the market. These are the tools that I try to give you day in, day out. And that is, number one, that you know where the support is. Right? And most people don't know where the support is. Well, you do. You know the hourly trigger is right there. And then you're looking for a turn in the 1 and 5 minute triggers to enter that long down here, not up there. So let's look one more time. We're going to look really quick back on this Webull chart. And you know what you're looking for. You know that you're looking for a cross you're looking for the bounce on the hourly trigger, and you're looking for the cross, the bullish cross, to begin so that you can begin to get long. So as price comes down, as price is blasting down, let me see if I can do this on one here. Price is blasting down, right? And you're waiting for a bounce. You're not buying that, right? You want to see a bounce, right? You've already got the, let me see, change this color here. Make that a little redder. You've already got the cross of the 1 and 5 minute triggers down here, right? You're not buying that. You're not buying that hourly trigger. Right, but you're not waiting till we're up here either. But you are looking for what happens. What's the price action, right? Everybody calls it price action, right? So you're looking for the bounce first. Right, you're looking for the pullback down right here. This is overly simplified. But then you're kind of looking for that cross right there, right? You're looking for that 5-minute EMA to slip underneath, and you're looking for price to begin to show you the way higher. That when you're confirming that cross there, this cross right here, and you're on the hourly trigger right here, you can then, with some confidence, begin to get long on that hourly trigger. So it's not a function of, hey, I'm going to just buy this hourly trigger. Why did it keep blasting through? It's not a question of it blasting through. It's not a question of the bounce. You already know where the bounce is. You're looking for the bounce and then the reversal on the 1 and 5 minute trigger to begin to get long again. You don't get long until this happens. If we start to break down, you're all the better, right? You're like sitting. Jesus, this looks terrible. I'm like looking at some of these drawings I have here. It looks like dog shit. And you're waiting for that cross. So we're on the hourly trigger right now, right? Watch this hourly trigger. We're bouncing on the hourly trigger. We don't have the cross yet, but we almost do, don't we? Look at this. Look at this white and red line right here. Look at this right here. You got the red line, the white line. The cross has not happened yet. You're watching. And what else do we talk about in this stream is when they do buy this, you only need to go to that previous high. If they can get up to that previous high, and we already know the half-hour triggers here, and we reject, you're then looking for, if you're a bull at least, you're looking for the squeeze, the pullback, then the confirmation off of the white line right here. So let's look at this real quick before I get into this meeting. So you're looking for something like the bounce, right? Come back to that previous, shit. Hold on a second here. You're looking for the, excuse me. You're looking for the bounce, right? You're looking for at least right here. Like right over there. Whether it goes higher or not, I don't care. I don't want to see the green come up here and immediately reverse, right? Because that's showing you the failure of buyers, right? Buyers with no will, right? But if you see the buyers come in and push this up here, anywhere above over here, anywhere, right? You're going to expect a pullback to confirm, and then the other leg higher. And you can begin to enter these trades here or even above this half-hour trigger. It's why we keep this half-hour trigger, right? So if you see this reversal begin to take place, you're going to then start to get fucking long. You're going to get long off of that price action. And you're going to put a stop underneath the hourly trigger. This is your edge. You have an edge over other people, other market participants. So you put your stops down here, and you're waiting for this confirmation. You want to see this action. You don't want to be fucking waiting You don't want to be waiting for all of this action and this push up into this over here, and then you're like, fuck it, I'm buying calls right here, Cap. You get what I'm saying? I'm buying calls right here, Haas. I'm like, no, it was way back here. You're using your tools to know that the direction is up or the direction is down. And right now, what is it looking like to you? What does that action look like to you? Sure as shit right now looks like buyers are here. To me it does. Looks like an opportunity to buy the dip right now. And until we break and reject off that hourly trigger, you buy that fucking dip. That is where you make your fucking money. This is where you have your edge. This is where if it pulls back, you're still up. When I bought that 418, I had no sweat. As the days progressed and we pulled back, we went to, and I think this was on Monday or Tuesday morning in the pre-market, We went back and rechecked that 418. It was the 418, 419. We rechecked it and immediately bounced. And I was like, we're still good. We're still fucking good on that 418, 419. I know the buyers, or I knew the buyers were there, and I was assuming they were still there. I didn't change my stance of becoming bearish. I believe it was Tuesday morning in the pre-market. And I was like, as long as we don't break below that and start rejecting that number, I'm good. I'm going to keep holding here. I'm still bullish here. And this is your chance to be bullish, is on this hourly trigger. This is your dip buying opportunity. I know it's scary. I know that you're like, oh my God, I don't want to do this, or, oh, I'm so scared. Everybody's telling me this dog shit on Twitter and this dog shit on Bloomberg and this dog shit with fucking the inverted yield curve and this dog shit with all this other diarrhea that you read out there that doesn't fucking matter. Price matters. Price always matters. So if you see that setup starting, you enter. If it begins to go against you, you exit. If we begin to sell off the hourly trigger, sure, you cut your losses, you switch to a seller of the market. But until that happens, this is your time and your place. And you don't automatically buy that hourly trigger. You wait for it to begin to consolidate and move higher. And that's how you fucking lose and win. I'm telling you, that is how you fucking lose. That is how you fucking win this market. All the garbage that you hear out there, it's fucking meaningless. It's fucking meaningless. It sucks to say it, but it is. And the excuse that you get is bad news is now good news. The other excuse that you get is a moving the ball, right? You hear everybody focusing on this, and they switch the conversation because price didn't go where that argument went, right? Whether it's up or down, doesn't matter. You hear like the shift of conversation. So here's an example. If this morning we hold this hourly trigger and we head higher, if we head higher, every fucking story you read this morning is garbage. If we go up from here, you'll hear the story change in the shit that you consume. And it's like, oh, it's all over. Forget we said all that. Now listen to this that we're saying to you. You know? And some of you get caught in that. Rightfully so, right? You get caught and you go, wait a minute. I'm short as fuck. Or I'm long as fuck. What happened to that conversation we were just having that we're going to all-time highs? Or what happened to that conversation we're having of a crash coming? I'm still short, or I'm still long. Can we come back to that conversation? And people are like, fuck you, we ain't going back to that conversation. It didn't work. We're gonna tell you some more bullshit on social media. Price is now going up, bro. Come on over here. So, price action is king. And you have your tools. You know where your hourly trigger is. You know where your daily trigger is. You know the direction of those triggers matter. If the hourly trigger is vertical to the downside, you're bearish. Hourly trigger is going sideways, you're neutral. Hourly trigger is going up, you're bullish, right? Daily trigger, same shit. FinTwit's my bae. I love FinTwit too. I got to be honest here. I can't tell you that I don't love FinTwit. I do. But some of y'all out there drink that shit like it's real, and it's just not. It's meant to sell you subscriptions. It's meant to get traction. I get paid. I get a fucking paycheck from Twitter the more garbage that I post. The more garbage that I post on Twitter, I get a fatter check than the real shit that you should post on Twitter. Twitter has become a place where if I can get you to interact with my tweets or get angry at my tweets or fight with each other in the comment section, that's where I make money. I do not make any money by not telling you the truth or by telling you the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. You want to fight with each other. You want to argue. You want to get emotional. You want to, especially if it's not your thesis. All that stuff gets traction, and I actually get a paycheck if I do that too. I don't do it. I make jokes about wanting to do it, but that's what it's turned into. And most of media is like that today. Twitter is only one example of where all of our media has come to. I read an article that I didn't fully agree with on the New Yorker. I think it was the New Yorker or New York Times about how it was titled something about the internet is no longer fun. They came out, and I'm not really a fan of the New Yorker, but they had some good points. And that is that the shit that you and I are consuming today is 1,000% built upon engagement. There used to be some kind of semblance in mass media of a duty to inform you. And over the years, that has eroded. You saw a movie called The Network in the 1970s, I think 70s, that discussed this paradigm shift in media. And now that media is on the internet with no regulation, in the United States at least, the entire fucking everything that you're consuming is built upon only engagement. It's all built upon fucking with your emotions. It's what it's built on. It has nothing, no basis in reality, no basis in truth, because you wouldn't like that. It doesn't keep you engaged. It doesn't keep you in my garden. So be aware of that shit as you you're forming your opinions on where this market is going, up or down. I don't care if it's up. I don't care if it's down. It's just like not real. It's fake. So enjoy it for what it is. But price action is king in this market and in this day and age of what you're consuming out there. I mean X. Yeah, I mean X. Are you guys? All you Elon bros out there? You guys are. All you Elon bros out there defending the X. I looked up X yesterday. A bunch of porn came back. I did a big search yesterday I was looking for X videos, and somehow porn came up. It's not just division, it's money. It's like money and power. Like they love the division, but they also love that money and power. So let's see if we can break above the hourly trigger, the half-hour trigger. This is an important one. I would like to see that break above. I would love to see that break right here and take that trade right there. I would love to see that break. Right now, we're still not above yet. Still watching it. I want to see that break, dude. I want to see if I see that break up there. Tag that bad boy right there. Whoop, come back down and then rocket ship up. Okay, so I'll be back with you here in a little bit. Got some close friends calling me this morning, paranoid. I'm like, it's okay. I got you, brother. I love you. Just hold on, man. So let's see what happens. Let's see if we get a big squeeze out of this or not, if we reject this or if we start to break above that half-hour trigger. But yeah, we got all that shit going on too, right? Beartown Sheriff's like spending time to correct people. That used to be in good taste too, right? Remember like back in the day on social media, you go on Reddit and someone would come in and nicely be like, you misspelled this. And now it's like militancy, right? Like, fuck it, let's cause a fight on the internet. That guy was wrong. He missed a letter. Let's go after him and burn him to the ground. It used to be like a positive experience, right? Hey man, let me help you out here. You used your and not your. You didn't put an apostrophe in your, bro. You just spelt it Y-O-U-R. Let's dox his ass. So true. Can't even have a differing of opinion anymore, right? That we you know what else we're noticing that right now too, right? It's like you know what's funny is it's not funny. I shouldn't say it's funny, but you're watching it though unfold with Palestine or Hamas and Israel, right? Everyone's out there trying to be like, look at those guys over there. You know, look at these guys over there. Look at those Republicans. They weren't supporting the Ukraine and now they're supporting Israel. And look at those liberals over there. They can't square away that Palestine's bad, right? There can't be a conversation amongst people that has a gray area, right? There's no gray anymore. It's like, haha, we surprised you, and haha, we fucked you, and we fucked the Republicans, we fucked the Democrats, and all that other stupid shit. It's like you can't have a gray opinion on everything. You can't have something that's issue to issue or even acknowledge, hey, you can't take sides. Specifically, and this is like the one good one here with, it's not good, but this is the one good one where it's so nuanced that you can take either side back and forth. You'd be like, Palestinians suck. The state of Israel sucks, or it's Hamas that sucks, or it's just the militants and not the civilians, or maybe it's just the civilians that haven't been radicalized yet in the strip, right? So there's like all these like, what about this example over here? What about cutting off babies' heads? That's horrible, that kind of stuff, right? And you can't, there's none of that anymore. Making fun of what you're talking about. It's so horrible to see, but it's what it is. So just don't go down too much of that rabbit hole. Don't drink too much of that Kool-Aid, right? Is the point. Okay, here we go. Still grinding higher. I'll be back with you guys in the next hour or so, I hope. I should be back by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. So situation normal so far. We haven't rejected the half-hour trigger just yet. I'm looking for that squeeze higher. There's another target up here. Let me see if I can put R1 up here for you. 437.52. 437.52 right there. Let's make that white and 4 points, I guess. This is R1 right here. I want to show you this really quick. So right here is R1, right there. So we'll change this a little bit. We'll bring this up right there. And then we'll look for the second one right about there. It's right there. See it? The first one right here. And the second one right there. So you can see it. R2 is, this is you want to hear the gross part of this? 438.75. One of the gross parts of what I'm talking about with you is it shows so there is it shows the market going up in the face of what's going on right now shows that the market was positioned to go up. It lifts the skirt of banks. So right there is R1. I'll move this over. Move that over there so that it's not in your way today. There's R2. There's R1. And unless you get a break, so your stops are right here. And you're also looking for a rejection to the downside here as well. You're looking for that kind of action to go to the downside. So right there, until that happens, trend is to the upside. I know this is gonna make you so mad. Some of you, I know you sellers out there are raging right now. These sellers are gonna rage as we go up here. Likely seller rage this morning or afternoon now. All right, I gotta go. I'll be back. If you are our moderator, do not allow any fucking around. You see any fucking scammers coming in? I have just so you know, if you're just joining us today because I'm going into some meetings, I left the chat open on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're watching right now and you don't get to chat because you don't pay the $5, or you don't go to Twitch and do the free chatting through Amazon Prime Gaming, to do free chatting, if you're like, fuck that, I'm not stealing my Jeff Bezos' money and I'm not paying Cap. Today you have the opportunity to chat. So if you're a moderator, I need you to moderate today. If anybody gets out of line, insta-ban. If any more scammers come in, like that last guy trying to sell me some shit, insta-ban. Anytime anyone gets out of line, insta-ban. Because this is like the time where we're kind of like freeing up the reins to regular people to start chatting. So we are going to attract scammers. We always attract like scammers, hit and run people, all that kind of stuff. So dude, do what you can if you can. I know it's a lot to ask, but if you're a moderator, please do that for me today as I exit for these meetings. And thank you for doing what you did earlier by banning that's whatever it was, like subseller or whatever they're called. All right, so I'll see you guys soon. See you guys. All right, I'll see you guys soon. I'll be back. Career low, I'm calling you right now, brother. And I'll put some I'm gonna put on some news squawker for you here in the background, but I'm not gonna put on CNBC unless you guys want CNBC on. I'm not gonna put CNBC on. Another note here too is tomorrow. The only thing we have tomorrow is the Michigan sentiment. I believe in the morning. I believe I'm doing that off the cuff, but I think it's just Michigan sentiment tomorrow. Let me see if I can turn this stuff off here, and I'll put on. I'm going to put on the news squawk for you, so you at least have a voice in the background only when it's important. I'll launch this here for you. Yeah, we got to do a program too on. We have to do a program on China at some point. That's going to be a hard one. I'm not a China expert, but I do follow China, and they are going to be a problem next year. They are. They're going to be a fucking problem next year. Okay, I'll be back. I promise, all I'll do is the news, like the news squawk will be, it only pipes in every once in a while. No, not hot mic. I saw the comment. Someone said, not the news squawk. I thought it was funny. Oh, yeah. Look at that squeeze, baby. Look at that squeeze.
Blinken says, I will meet with Jordanian King and Palestinian Authority President Abbas. And a Japan official says G7 reaffirmed excessive FX moves are problematic. And Blinken says he will visit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Egypt.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
US Secretary of State Blinken says we have strict oversight over Iranian funds and retain the right to freeze them. We'll pursue safe passage discussions coming days. That one's unrelated.
And Blinken says the US is working to ensure there is no second or third front in Israel conflict.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Israel's Netanyahu will meet tomorrow with US Defense Secretary. Fed bids for 30-year bonds total $0. US Secretary of State Blinken to arrive in Qatar on Friday to discuss with PM Israel Hamas conflict developments and ways to reduce escalation and protection of civilians.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, the US is selling $20 billion in a 30-year bond sale. So the prior bid to cover was 2 to 46, and with the prior high yield of 4.345%. So with CPI event risks out the way, investor attention turns to this $20 billion bond reopening. So Treasury's price action has seen an extended sell-off after 1 p.m. New York time today, now adding to the outright concession in the long end of the curve. So given the fair valuations, JP Morgan strategists see a concession as likely needed to digest the auction smoothly in a note released late Wednesday. To keep in mind as well, at the top of the hour, also expecting comments from Atlanta Fed President Bostic, who is due to be delivering welcoming remarks to the National Agriculture Conference at the Atlanta Fed. There is no text or Q&A, just welcoming remarks from Fed's Bostic, again, just at the top of the hour, under 10 minutes time now. So just as a reminder, at the top of the hour, US is selling $20 billion in a 30-year bond sale. So the prior bid to cover was 2 to 46, with the prior high yield of 4.345%. So just taking note of the latest CFTC positioning data ahead of this release, it just does show that speculators were net short 240,000 classic bond futures and net short 368,000 ultra bond futures, seen by analysts as a possible source of covering demand. Also noting primary dealers' positions in coupons maturing in more than 11 years, was net long $39.4 billion in the week ending September 27th, which is versus the $47.8 billion average over the past year. So slightly less than the average there. Also keep in mind, at the top of the hour, expecting comments from Atlanta Fed President Bostic, who's giving welcoming remarks at the National Agriculture Conference hosted by Atlanta Fed. There is no text or Q&A from Fed's Bostic, again, just welcoming remarks. So 1 minute remaining now to the top of the hour. The Treasury, when issued for the 30-year bond sale, does come out at the top of the hour. The auction results normally follow a couple of minutes after this, as well as comments from Fed's Bostic as well. Still no sign of the pre-sale when issued yield. $4.8%, so that's the Treasury's when issued 30-year yield at 4.8% ahead of this $20 billion sale.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Bid to cover 2 to 35, 2 to 35 at the high rate of 4.837%, 4.837%. US selling $20 billion, awarding 22.14% of bids at high. That's 22.14%. So primary dealers take 18.17% of the sale, directs at 16.71%, and indirect 65.13%. So the US 30-year bonds drawing at 4.837%, higher than the 4.8% pre-sale when issued yield. So the US 30-year yield is up 15 basis points on the day now, following the auction tail there.
Iran's Now News, affiliated with the country's top security body, says Iran's funds in Qatar are fully accessible.
shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
So just keeping our eyes on the markets, S&P 500 down spot 5%, Nasdaq down spot 3%, and the Dow down 0.5%. So White House's Kirby says starting Friday, the US government will arrange charter flights from Israel to Europe. $97 counterparties take $1.157 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
White House's Kirby says there's no specific evidence that Iran was involved in the attack on Israel, but broadly they are certainly complicit.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? Did you guys cut up here or no? Did you guys cut on this right here, this crossover right here? Did you guys cut on that cross right there? You see that rejection right there? Oof, blast down. Rejection, head to the downside. Holy fuck. Woo. Hold on a second here. I gotta have one more meeting I gotta get into. Did you guys I wrote this here. Did you guys stop here or no? I'm gonna go with probably not. Dude, blast into the downside right now. We're probably not done going down right now, so hold on a second here. Probably not done going down. You've got a near vertical line on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. There is no flattening of it until you see a flattening of the white and yellow line. So you see a flattening here. You are going to expect. Let me see if I can do this over here too. Hold on a second here. No bounce there, right? You see that? Come up to that rejection, come back down. No bounce on that a half hour trigger. Immediately go underneath, start rejecting to the downside. Now, that should have been a key indicator for you that this did not bounce right here. And then you had the cross underneath it. So you have like two indicators here saying to get the fuck on out right there and there. But even saying that, you blast through the hourly trigger and price is blasting down through the daily trigger. And I want you to pay attention to this white line right here. As long as that thing stays vertical to the downside with price, there is no turn here. So you need to see that turn and you need to see that red line. Hold on a second. I'm getting a little disorganized here. Until you see this turnaround right here. Now this one's the 5 minutes starting to flatten out, and the white line though has not turned to the upside. There is no trade for bulls until you have that cross here. So until you begin to come back up here and then come back down and start to make that turn to the upside, bulls have no trade here. So be wary of more downside to come until that happens. And not only that, you've got the weekly trigger down here at 429.46. And then there was that other level even lower that we talked about earlier this morning. So let's take a look at it here. Let me close that up. You've got the buy the dip down here at 428 and change. Well, if you watch this, let me switch over here really quick. Give me a second here. Let me get back on board here. Give me one quick second here. Get rid of that. Show. Looks like I'm showing the camera, a color block. Move all that over there. Give me one quick second here. Make that small. Put it back up here. Holy fuck. Woo. Let's make that small right there. But there's a hidden level down there, hiding still even lower. If you can see it down here. There's a hidden level down here somewhere. Let me look for it. Nope, it's right there. There's one right here, way down here, and there's one that disappeared, but it hasn't popped back up yet, but it's still down there. You should expect more downside here. Hold on a second here. God, I'm so fucking happy that I'm not in any trade right now. Hold on a second here. Hold on, let me move all this stuff down. Give me one quick second. I got to switch over to the Weeble chart here. So just be aware. A couple things to be aware of here. Number one, the vertical white at 1 minute, 5 minute trigger still vertical right now. If you were to want to buy a dip here, there is no dip for you to buy. We're going down right now. So if you want a dip, if you want to have a dip to buy, you have to first see a reversal here, a flattening of this 5 minute, and then a flattening of the white line, and then price to reverse first. Hold on here. So if you're a bull out there and you're looking for a dip to buy, you need to see some kind of action like that to take a dip buy. So unless you see something like that, move is to the downside. And you've also got some support levels down here. They're kind of tight. But I would expect us to tag those right now.
So again, that's Novak saying restrictions on
Well,
fuel
I can't hear
exports
this.
will be further eased if necessary.
I'm going to turn that up so I can hear it. So even if you catch the bounce right here, like right here at this 432.74, do not trust it. You're going to be looking for this to tee off to go to the downside. So right now you're looking for more downside like this, more downside off the daily trigger. Even if it consolidates, even if it comes up and retests right here, you can get boxed into a consolidation zone, and then more downside to come into that close. So unless you get a reversal, or unless if you're a bull, unless you get a reversal here of price. So reverse. Oh, wait a minute. That's all wrong. Go back one and then turn that up right there. Unless you begin to see price come up here and start to reverse and get above that daily trigger, it's going to be used as a springboard to the downside. So even this bottoming that you see right here, don't trust this as a bull. And if you're trying to get in on the selling action, you want to be looking at right here, just selling this daily trigger at 434.08 to the downside. So no trade here yet for bulls. And I want you to see two places down below here that we highlighted this morning. The first one was that buy the dip down here at 428. And then there's one even lower at 421, 422. So there's more downside that can come out of this. Rather than upside, look for that down there. And even this down here. This might not be today or anything like that. You might not see that 420 today. But we did review this morning that if you start to break down below that hourly trigger, what your targets are to the downside. So easily, weekly trigger could easily be had by the end of today or into this close today. Don't get caught in this trying to buy a dip down here. And if you're a seller, you're looking to now sell 434.13 and possibly even just this 1 minute trigger here. So we'll see how this plays out. I've got another meeting I got to go into, but this roll is fucking huge, baby. Let's take a look at the 10-year really quick. Let me see if I can go to the trigger screen. Let's go to the 10-year. Are we on this right out? Yeah. I got to turn this shit up. I can't hear none of this. Got to turn that up. 10-year yield. Wait a minute, what am I on right now? Ooh, look at that turn, baby. Look at that turn to the upside, back in its channel right now. That's the Bill Ackman, Larry Fink projection. The Goldman Sachs was the sideways movement here. If you guys remember that, the Goldman Sachs claiming that you're going to get some sideways movement in here, and then you've got Bill Ackman saying that the projection is that 4.95% still not there. 10-year looking like it wants to climb back up and stay in its channel right now. And let's take a look at ADBE was one that I was checking yesterday for somebody. Let's look at Adobe here. Is this thing still on track? No, you're not even done coming down yet. Still not done coming down on Adobe. Let me look at SPX. Yeah, baby. CJJ wants to buy this dip down here. Half hour velocity. Just getting started. Our hourly velocity almost near zero line right now. We could easily see more downside to come on the half hour velocity in SPX before there's a dip to buy. So be really careful here. You're watching the hourly velo come down in SPX. It's at zero line, so it's kind of neutral here. It's not really bearish or bullish, but if you begin to see price start to head lower right about where we are, it's at +9 right now, so there could be more downside to come at least. And then if we begin to break down and start to curve underneath, this could be implying more downside to come on SPX. Dude, what did any news pop up? I wasn't paying attention. I was in some meetings. God damn. Woo. Blasted down. I wish I was on this trade. Still targeting this 429.46 at minimum. Looking for a little bit of rejection off the 1 minute trigger. Price targets right down here. So any kind of like rejection in here. And then right down there into where's 4 p.m.? Right down there, baby. There's that weekly trigger right down there. That's 4 p.m. for you. Do not be bearish or bullish here. If you're a bull, do not be bull. Do not be trying to buy any of these dips here at all. So I'm going to bring up this S2 and S3. And let me give me one quick second here. 431.97. That's S2 right there. 430.75. Down in there. And I'll move this one over so you can move that over there so you can stay focused on the there. Woo! Nasty selling, baby. Spoos. Losing the hourly trigger, losing the daily trigger. Targets to the downside. By end of day, 430. We'll put the target right down here. 430 as target. Likely more downside to come. VIX blasting off that $15, $16 we talked about. Was there any kind of news that came out that I missed? VIX now trading 1703, baby. Apple losing its crown, now rolling down below. It's still green on the day, believe it or not. Apple's still green. But it is breaking below its 129 EMA on a... That's the wrong chart. Hold on a second here. Woof. Tesla bloodbathing it right now. NDX still holding itself up pretty nicely here. So NASDAQ not doing so bad. Still back in its consolidation zone. With known demand on SPX or on NDX, 15,119.27. 15,119.27 on NASDAQ. Dixie ripping to the upside. Dixie has more room to run. It can easily trade 107.30. 107.30 on Dixie. HYG with the rollover. Not only do they have a rollover, but I want to bring your attention to something here. So this morning we were talking about risk to the market in the next from the 11th to the 15th due to the war in Israel and Hamas. I do want to bring your attention to HYG specifically is has a cross on it, a 1 hour bear cross on it that's extremely unhealthy, very sickly. So draw your attention at home to a 1 hour chart on HYG and the cross that's taking place on it. Very bearish right now on risk on and HYG. So if you're not in puts, you should be on puts at this point. If you're trying to buy a dip, do not try to buy a dip here. Let me see if I can bring HYG up really quick. Yeah, right here, this loss right here of the monthly trigger, extremely bearish. So I want to point your attention to this one right here, this monthly trigger. Now, we don't have a cross yet of the hourly trigger or the daily trigger crossing through the weekly trigger, but be very suspicious here with this hourly cross over the monthly. It can be extremely bearish. So at HYG specifically, let's look at HYG on a classic chart here. No, that's the wrong ticker. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, we've got a earnings season starting, and I have high hopes for earnings season this year. But I want to bring your attention right here. And bulls need to pull this out right now. If they don't pull this out, I want you to draw your attention to this right here. We're on the right chart here. I want to show you this roll that's taking place right now, and it's not confirmed yet, but I want you to bring your attention to it. So even if we squeeze, even if like right now at this moment we squeezed higher in HYG, this does not look good here. This looks like bloodbath territory. Now that would bring us back to that prior low back here on SPX. That's that 418. 418, 420 down here. So this hourly cross here, extremely bearish right now. You don't want to see this. When you see this on an hourly, it's like 1 to 3 days of down with the confirmed cross. It can lead into 5 days. Price matters more, but HYG is showing you that we can easily go down here on a reversal. Well, that's at 418, it's 420 somewhere in here. Today, tomorrow, and even into Monday and Tuesday. Real risk here into the weekend. And this would be in some anticipation of the ramping of the war in Israel. So just be careful. This is not healthy, not good. If bulls are able to reclaim that hourly trigger on HYG, if they're able to come up here and hold this and have some continuation, to the upside, this is where a bull could take another trade. But as of right now, there with this breakdown here of HYG, not looking good. Looking like a reversal even up here. So key level right now for HYG. It's going to be the 73.03. Until HYG can reclaim that 73.03. Be very careful here for more downside to come. You know what really sucks is I had puts for Wednesday here. I had 0 to 8, or not, they weren't 0 to 8s at that time. I think I bought them on Friday. They were like 3 cents or something. But I had earlier last week I had said puts are expensive for Thursday, Friday. So of this upcoming week. So we'll see if there's continuation. I'm going to try to get in on this with a trade if I can. So HYG specifically, be very careful of the roll that's taking place. And you can see right here, we're sitting on a rug pull here on SPY. Hold on here. And raise that up a little bit.
1 minute remaining.
Hold on, let me get back to SPX over here. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that blood. Look at that blood down there. Woo! And I want to bring your attention over here to Weeble really quick as well. Now, not guaranteed, but I want to show you something here. And that's that reversal that's taking place. Not there yet, but you can see it. And you can see it right here forming up on a 1 hour basis on SPY. So expect that more downside. And even if you have that, if it bounces, I might even expect more downside that way right there. So even if you get a bounce down here, it's just another opportunity to short this market down. And you've got the buy the dip down here. But this buy the fucking dip is looking more juicy, isn't it?
Still waiting for the data.
That's looking more juicy. And you can see, I don't know if you can see it. This is the dip that I bought right here. Can't come right down here and all that squeezing. You know, if you come down here and we start going that way, from that roll right here, this 1 hour roll above, there could be some major downside to come. Excuse me. So get your short on. God damn right. Hold on here. I'm going to probably place a trade. Maybe not. We'll wait a minute here. I'm a little bit late here trying to jump on a trade. So hope we can catch a bounce here and jump on some short. Give me just one quick second. I'll be back with you. I'm going to go. I have to make a phone call really quick. So make a phone call. But if I have a chance to buy some puts here, I will. So and I'll let you know if I do that. Raise this up right here so you can see it better. There's that first buy the dip opportunity right down there. Just sending it to the downside. The first buy the dip opportunity is 428.59. We'll write that down in here.
So the US and Qatar agree to hold off sending Iran $6 billion in oil money.
59, right about there. Until you see that buy the dip, downside to be expected to 428.59. 428.59 target by end of day. Maybe not in a day, but somewhere down in there.
Futures, Forex, and stock
Some kind of relief rally and then send it down to 418. No, I don't see them crossing right now. That's a good question. I don't see them crossing. If they do cross, I will be afraid though. It's still moving up too. So if you look at the daily trigger, you can see that it's actually moving up. It's not following price. You can actually see the bump up here. Unless we start to see this action coming down on the daily trigger, I'm not concerned at all. This looks like people are taking profit pretty heavily. So to me, at least, that's what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, if you want to give me 418, I'll buy it. If you want to give me 428, I'll buy it. If we reverse, I'll buy it. But no reversal just yet. There's no reversal. There's no dip to buy here. No dip to buy here. If there is a dip to buy, I'll let you know, but there is no dip to buy here. Woo! Did any of you switch to puts here and make a bunch of bank? There's a bunch of money in here. Whole bunch of money down in here. Move that over there. You see it? You can see all that there. We're likely going down some more. We're not done going down. Fuck yeah, baby. All right, I'll be back with you guys in about, if I see it, I'm not going to buy puts right here because you know how that goes, right? Like I buy some puts and then it squeezes up here and they're grinding them out and then they finally put the fucking money on them down here. So if we do get a squeeze up here at any point, I will grab some puts for more downside action. I'll get left behind right now, but I know how this goes. Like, I buy puts, squeezes, then I'm fucked, and then I'm like, fuck it, I gotta hold puts for the end of the day. Then they don't pay me. So I'm kind of late to the action here, but if we do get any kind of squeeze action, I'll jump in short or with puts with you today. Otherwise, just sitting here waiting. But if you're a bull, you've got shit. You ain't got jack shit today. You don't do anything here. Do not be buying this. I'll be right back. Someone said I did buy this. You could probably buy this. You could probably buy it for you could catch the bounce here on S. Someone just said they bought it. You can buy it for the bounce if you want to. On the bottom screen down below, there's likely a 5-minute trade or something. If you're like wanting to buy this here and this and then, this kind of action here. I guess you could buy this if you wanted to because we are in S2 here. But I wouldn't, so. You just wait until it stops and starts consolidating. Maybe that's better right there. That may be a better representation. Someone was just asking about call spreads from yesterday. You have multiple options. You can cut the bot call side loose if you wanted to. The other option would be the call spreads are for December 29th. So you have time for those to print. That's why the time is on that trade. It's not on a trade that's it's not like a weekly trade or a monthly trade or anything like that. I will say this, though. I will say this. So on, let's see the 1 hour here. I will say this, though. On the Weeble chart, I would fucking love. I would fucking love. So I bought this one down here. I would fucking love. Like, I'm not hoping that this happens, but if that did happen, I would fucking love to buy that dip. I would fucking love it. So, and that doesn't mean if you bought a call spread here yesterday or something like that, the expectation is that we're going to go up there next. So you'd still get paid up here. It's one of the most beautiful parts of a call spread is it allows, whoa, hold on here. That's all fucked up.
The S&P 500 index.
It allows you that leeway. So here's a prime example.
Down 0.7%.
So I bought a call spread down here, right? And we came back down here twice, and I wasn't even concerned. I was like, it's all fine. We didn't break down. We never break down below support, so I felt fine. I felt comfortable myself in that trade. Now, does it mean we're definitely going down here? No. There's no guarantee we go all the way down here. We could spring right back up like it's nobody's business. So for me, the trend is still up, and even if it's something like this, or even if it's a bloodbath like that, you'll be right back in the money at some point. It's one of the beautiful parts about a spread is that it might be all doom and gloom, and then you look back in a week or two, and you're like, everything is fine. Spread's doing just fine. You're trying to burn theta, burn time, and only be at your target by the 29th of December. So let's say you bought a call spread yesterday down here. You're like, yeah, I bought a call spread right here. You're in the money, in the money, in the money. You're in the money right here. You're in the money right here. You're in the money right here. Starts blasting down on you. Let's say you get a big, huge bloodbath. Comes right back, and you're right back in the money again. It's not like a call that's like expiring on Friday and it's going to zero and you're fucked.
Canadian bank watchdog flags.
Ooh,
housing
somebody bought that
downturn
dip.
as
They
a
said
key
in the
risk.
chat too. They said they bought this S1, this S2, and we're blasting right through it right now. So, I'm not a buyer here in any way, shape, or form. And if anything, I'm looking for juice. Like I'm a bull, so I'm like, the more you want to sell it, the better off I am. Right down there's your first buy the dip. Right down here. 428.59.
Taking a look at some analyst notes on market moves today, stocks retreated and treasury yields climbed as the latest reading on consumer prices bolstered speculation. The Federal Reserve is nowhere near declaring victory over inflation, with bets on another rate hike back to coin flip territory. The S&P 500 hovered near 4,350. Two-year U.S. government bond rates jumped 8 basis points to 5.1%. The dollar rose. Swap contracts linked to future Fed rate decisions pushed the odds of another quarter-point hike back to about 50%, from closer to 30% on Wednesday, and expectations for the first rate cut shifted toward July from the June meeting. The $20 billion 30-year Treasury auction was awarded at 4.837%, the highest since 2007.
Yeah, exactly. Who said you guys should be printing 0-day puts? I agree with you. Whoever posted that in the chat, you guys should be printing 0-day puts. Abso-fucking-lutely.
And according to OSFI, commercial real estate risks have grown since April.
Let me ask you guys another. Let me chime in really quick. Do you guys? Let me ask you guys a serious question here. So we're coming into earnings season, right? Starts tomorrow, and I like it, dude. I like this setup for earnings season, like where we're on the lows and stuff. Into Q4, we always get like 70% of reporting companies beating. So let me ask you a question on that. You've got markets at lows right now. As these companies begin to, if they should beat like 70% of their expectations, 70% of companies should beat their expectations. Are you going to, or do you think that those companies will rip on those beats, or do you think that the market, do you guys think that the market will not care, blow off a beat, even if it's a great beat? Do you think they'll blow off that beat like it's nobody's business, like nobody cares about that beat? I'm getting excited right now for tomorrow. I'm going to bring up as we come into this. Give me until 3 p.m. and we're going to look at the banks that are reporting tomorrow. So I'll be back with you with that at 3 p.m. in the next 45 minutes. I'm going to do a quick meeting and I'll be done. And I'll come back and we'll look at the rest of the week.
US stocks extend fall, Dow Jones down 1%. The VIX index hit session high of 18.08, last up 1.94 points.
Let me see if I can. I'm gonna post a earnings calendar for you guys. I'm gonna post it on Twitter. I think that's right. Do I have that right? I can post that for you there. I just posted an earnings calendar for you on Twitter, so if you want access to it, you can take a look at it. Yeah, Discord. Hold on a second here. I gotta get back to the. Like, I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Hold on a second here. You guys keep asking me questions, and I'm like, I gotta answer these questions. Can one of the moderators of Twitch post an invitation to the Discord, please? And I'll be back with you in just a minute here. Another note here is that the White House spokesman, Jean-Pierre, says that the U.S. and Qatar agree to hold off sending Iran $6 billion in oil. We talked about dragging in Iran into this, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, seeing some of those like we're seeing some reaction here in CL with a breakdown on its hourly trigger this morning on 84.02 at 11 a.m. and started blasting down. Oil looking to target 81.04. Brent, kind of a similar situation with Brent as well. We talked about, like, I think earlier in the week we said I think earlier in the week we said something about, like, look for Brent and CL to go up, but then there's a rejection point. I think Brent was showing the rejection more so than CL. Remember when CL was not showing that rejection, but Brent was. And it looks like Brent got that rejection on the daily trigger, and it's blasting down right now to its weekly. Let's look at Brent really quick. So let me go up to let me bring in Brent. You guys remember earlier in the week we were talking about Brent? So here's Brent right here. We didn't have the daily trigger above Brent or above CL. We didn't have it, but we did have it above Brent, and you can see this push up and just more supply. We're about to break through here on Brent. If we get the rejection here, we have more downside to come. So getting some negative oil news out of Saudi Arabia. If we get a break on Brent below 84.46 and it starts to reject under here, the target for Brent is $74, $78, $74. Just pay attention to Brent here. It is sitting on known buyers. I mean, there are buyers here. We have buyers here, buyers right here, but pay close attention to this. Does this get bought or does it not get bought? There's a key level here for Brent.
Qualcomm to cut 1,200 California jobs, San Diego and Santa Clara.
A little bit of a squeeze in SPUs right now. Yeah, we're still not done going down, even though we're squeezing right now. If you're trying to buy this dip here, you're going to be looking for, if you are trying to buy this
dip. This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
This will be way up here, but bounce there. I'm not going to leave this up here, but if you are looking for a dip buy, I should just delete all this stuff so you can see it. It's more clean. It's cleaner. Just remember, if you are trying to buy a dip, I mentioned this earlier, that this isn't good enough here. This is not good enough. The daily trigger, not good enough. You need to blast up here, come back down, have that 1 minute grab you, break above that daily trigger, and you're going to reject here on that hourly trigger, and you need to get above that stuff. So until you get above that, no dip buy still. Well, at least for me, I wouldn't buy. I'm not buying this. I'm looking actually to sell this up here. I'm going to be trying to sell this down right here if I can. Try to grab some puts or something. Look at HYG just bleeding over there. Looks like a stuck pig over there. Move that over so you can see that better. I'm still looking for that. Rejection down here. And that yellow. If you think you're out of the woods yet and you're a bull, you're not. Just so you know. You're not out of the woods yet as a bull. So I'm still looking for that right there. So we can show it up here. And show it right there. Dude, look at that. Look at that rug down there on. Look at that rug. Look at this right here. There ain't shit down there. Let's take a look at, they're trying to save this market right where we are. See that bounce? This is the injection of cash from the Fed. That's the Fed right there. They did it earlier this week too. The Fed did, or a lot earlier this week, they did this too. They fucking stepped right in and just started buying. That's the fucking Fed for you right there. Save the market. It's like Jerome Powell hitting the fucking buy button. Stop selling puts. Or stop selling calls. Hold on one second here. Yeah, NASDAQ's trying to save itself right now on 15,127. NASDAQ trying to save itself right now. VIX trading 1813. That's pretty good to see. Still haven't seen 20 or 30 on VIX. Past few weeks haven't seen it. The high on VIX was 2079, so we never got 30 on VIX. We did get 20 though. VIX leaving a gap behind down below at 1731. A little bit of double top action going on the 1 minute VIX, but there's a small gap down below that needs filled on VIX, so you can see a squeeze here. Apple bouncing right now. You guys buying this dip right here or no? Are you guys trying to trade this? You guys trying to trade that squeeze right there? Or do you guys think that's bottom maybe? It's pretty fucking close to S3, wasn't it? Pretty goddamn close here. Pretty goddamn close, right? Yeah, I'm not willing to buy this until I'm unwilling to buy this until I'll buy it if I see I don't like any of this here. Like all of this stuff right here. You need to get above all this for me to jump back in. You got like the bear hit and run in the middle of the afternoon, making y'all panic. Bears fucking hit and run bank job. Hold on, I'll be right back. Fucking bears hit and run in the middle of the daytime. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. It's weird too because I'm watching this action right now and I'm like, we're coming into earnings season. Like all I want to do is like, they give me like 418 or even this 430. I'm like, ooh, I should buy this. You just buy this for earnings season. I haven't seen too many down earning seasons. Like I've seen, not haven't, but most earning seasons, the idea here would be the banks will set the tone for earning season, and then once they get all the big heavy hitters out of the way, then I usually expect that fucking roll to come into the market. So I'm fascinated to see where the price is right now and earning season starting. Like, does like Wells Fargo set the tone to bloodbath into tech earnings?
NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $3.04 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2.16 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $3.34.
I might buy it. I might buy some calls here. So hold on. We'll let's check this right here. I'm gonna try to trade this really
US
quick. See if we
investment
can
grade
take this
funds
right here.
see one spot $13 billion in inflow, according to Lipper. NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $82.91 a barrel. That's
Long
down
434
58 cents
Cs.
or 0.69%.
Zero dates for today. I'm on 434 Cs right now. Trying to make some money today at least. Taking profit right here, just so you can see it somewhere in here. All right, I gotta get this guy. Oh, look at him tinkering inside of a book map right now. Watch that. Look at this tinkering going on right here. Look at these sellers up in here. I want to sell. Look at all these sellers up here. Look at these fucking sell. Look at stacked selling up in here. Oh, no, wrong way. I gotta stop on these calls. I'm paranoid here. They're gonna roll this shit down again. So at least gotta stop sitting on these fucking calls. See what this guy said. Well, you're an expert in Excel and Python. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's right. Keep on fucking squeezing, you dirty, dirty, dirty. Keep on fucking squeezing. Watch out here. We're coming into some resistance if you are trading this relief bounce of some kind. We're up 32 right now on 434 Cs. This is kind of the place to be. So you can see this right here. Maybe a better somewhere up in here. Watch this pink, this or orange line, and this red line, and that 5-minute trigger right there. I'm about to cut these loose soon. Trading 33, 34. It's a nice trade. We'll see if this rolls here up here. We got a little bit more. You got a little bit more. There's a little bit more here. They're going to come back down and test this and move this over here. Keep your eyes on this 1-minute trigger. You don't want to break this 1-minute trigger down here. Let me write some stops down here for you. So I don't know if I can draw it out. Every time I draw this out, you guys don't read what I draw, do you? You guys are like, fuck this guy. Stops right there. Take profit. I don't know. How more clear do I got to make it? I don't know how clear I got to take profit right there. Right about there. If you're more bullish after this, you need to jump back in above this daily trigger right here. Is that clear enough? Fucking bear hit and run in the middle of the day. He always knows. You really believe it's coincidence he left all day? Wasn't I gone yesterday and the day before? I think we've been blasting up for days here, and I haven't been on stream. Like, we go up and nobody says a word, and then all of a sudden we're going down, and everybody says, oh, dude, he doesn't want to be here because it's going down today. You guys haven't noticed? Like, we've been going up for how long now? Let's take a look. Let's see. You guys are savages out there. Haven't been streaming for any of this. Market goes down. Look at him. He abandoned us today. He's only here when the market goes up.
$86 a barrel. That's up 18 cents or 0.21%.
Actually, I can't. I can't say I don't like it. It's like it creates mystery. Like, you got to have a story,
This
right?
stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows
Joe
you to
Donut
actually
said it to
hear
me
order
once. He
flow
was like,
futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free
Joe
trial
Donut said
at
to me once. He was like, at a certain
tickstrike.com.
point, he's like, people are just going to make shit up. All right, I'll be back. Give me a few minutes. I got to write this. I got to write a letter to this guy. Hold on. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Out of my way.
US high yield funds see $2.45 billion in outflow in the week, according to Lipper.
What is it? Oh, hell yeah. No. Cancel. Oh, yeah. Give me that squeeze, baby. Give me that squeeze. Get back up there and print me some fucking money. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh. Yeah, that's right. Squeeze it up there. Give me that last green bar. Just smash it up through that. Like stab it. Look, it's almost a tick strike. Oh, look at that. Oh, right there. Fucking terrible. All right, bears. All right, sellers. You got to do your thing. Don't be. I bet if this was a bear hit and run today, I'll laugh my fucking ass off. You move that over. If this was like you get the bear hit and run in the middle of the week, it's like boom, highway robbery. Pull over. I want all your cash. Fucking bear fucking raid in the middle of the afternoon. Hold on a second here. I gotta do that. I'm writing a bunch of letters here in the background. Give me that one last green fucking bar, dude. Just squeeze that shit up there. Good, squeeze that shit up there. Good, hit that fucking 434.07, you dirty dog. Slap that fucking ass. Trading 35 right now on 434Cs. Now we're down 32 right here. Probably should have taken that money. Still haven't taken it yet. Still up pretty good though, up like 25%. So I'm pretty good. I want that last green bar. I'm getting greedy here. It shouldn't be, but I'm getting greedy for this. Like, I want that last little fucking bam right there. I want that last little bar right there if I can get it. Oh, fuck. Come on. They're not going to give it to me. They're going to try to run it down. All right, I got to write this thing out. Okay, Airton, you're done. Sent you. Give me 1 second, guys, Garrett, and I'll we're gonna do an end of the day brief for tomorrow. All right, give me a second here, guys. I'll come on screen with you. Undo the camera. That right there. That's smaller. Okay. Oh, hold on here. Okay, so let's take a look at Weeble for for tomorrow here. Oh, hold on here for a second. Here's Friday here, right? And then we've got the unknowns coming into that. So get this out of the way so you can see it. We have the unknowns for the Israeli-Hamas war. The Israeli-Hamas war was not priced into the market, right? We know that. Let's take a look at where's the hourly trigger right now? 435.75. Here's your daily trigger right here. We're going to find that right there. Here's also your gamma flip. These fucking bears, dude, never relentless on giving up. You got bulls all scared. It's got a nice buy the dip down here last week. This is back on the 4th and the 6th. Nice accumulation up here. We were looking for consolidation above the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. Not happening, right? Bears came in, sellers came in, sold down, rejected the hourly trigger, get underneath that hourly trigger and blast down, trying to snag that weekly trigger. So just from where we are right now for price, heading into tomorrow, this looks like it looks like an expectation of some kind of consolidation in here. We do also have earnings. I mean, they started today. We had some airlines earnings and stuff, but big earnings with the banks that really matter tomorrow, right? Begin with Wells Fargo, some other banks and stuff, and then we launch into the big boys next week. This might be the gift for you if you're looking for a gift. In terms of, if you're looking for a gift, in terms of a dip to buy, this is kind of nice, right? I would really like to buy the dip down here at this 425.59, and then down here lower at this 420. So, and the reason why I have these up here is because of the gamma models that we showed you earlier this morning. Now, if this is just a hit and run, and you see price recover, I want to show you this right now. So if we recover, watch this. It's a 15-minute chart right here. Let me go back to a 5-minute chart. If you end up seeing a recovery to the upside above 435, situation is normal, right? If you see this play out right here, if you see this turnaround up here, right? And you see price reverse and continue to the upside. All right, blast up here, bounce off of this hourly trigger, come back on high here, reject that. Remember this point right here is important for you, right? But if we bounce right here, well, I'm going to take a big long right in there. Okay, so that 435-ish, if we gain all this and confirm that we're going to go higher on the hourly and the daily trigger, I'll pick up a long here. But without that happening, that hasn't happened yet. There's no real like long trade here for a bull. So until that happens, right, the expectation is going to be that we will reject this daily trigger and look for real support lower. We do already know that the buyers earlier in this week and last week were lower. They were down here. First buy point here, second buy point here. And right now, this one's just screaming, come on down and see me. Come on down and see me so I can buy a dip. Now, this could have been the bottom right here. I'm in some zero dates right now, some zero date calls down here in case this was just a hit and run. I haven't seen the daily trigger roll over yet below the weekly trigger. The hourly trigger is coming down to that daily, like this one right here is moving down currently, sliding down. It's not quite there yet. It's at 435.55. So it's like right about here. So to get bullish, you need to be above this green bar. It hasn't crossed yet. This hasn't come down here. We haven't rejected down here yet to get extremely bearish. But even so, if you're a seller, if you're a seller out there, you are looking for that rejection up here. You are looking for some kind of a bull trap up here, some kind of rejection right here, some kind of a rejection right here to the downside. So until this clears itself up, no trade as a bull. You have to get above this and begin to make your way back to the upside as a bull. So right now, into this close, you are being set up for continued downside into Friday. If you are a bull, you have like a 0 date trade in here, but you've got no trade until you get back above this 435 to get bullish for that continuation to the upside. So no like big trades for me today. I'm not going to take this one. What I really would like to do is buy successful retest here to the upside or a rejection and trade down to those two targets that I gave you to the downside. So we'll see what the bears do up here if they try to sell this, if they try to pin this into the close on S1, any of that kind of stuff. Still long calls. I haven't sold any calls. As a matter of fact, they're not paying me either. I'm up like 5 cents right now, 6 cents, but that's it. So I'm going to hold these calls, see if we can trade this up into the daily trigger, into the close until we get some rejection. But even if we do get that rejection, if you are a bull looking for a dip to buy, my dip buy is somewhere right here in a Friday and somewhere down here in this buy the fucking dip. So until this happens or we get above this gamma flip, no like long-term calls for me. None of that kind of stuff. You guys know I already sold my call spreads. I believe it was yesterday I sold calls. Yesterday before I sold call spreads. Yeah, it was 2 days ago right here on the 10th on that massive squeeze that we took up there. So no call spreads for me here. I want to see one of those three things. I want to see this break above in continuation, or I want to see the roll down to this buy the dip down here, or the one that's down below at that 418. Either one of those three options, I'll go along with money and all that kind of shit. But until that point, just 0 to 8 buy and 0 to 8 buy this shit. All this garbage we roll down here, I'll buy that shit, and we'll be off and running. So expectations for tomorrow, if you want the expectation for tomorrow, this is a trap being set up. You're likely going to get those morning bank earnings, and they're going to set the tone for earnings season. So tomorrow is a big day for setting the tone. Sorry, airline's not setting the tone for you. You're going to be looking for that tone to be set by those earnings tomorrow. Yeah, I think they park it right here. And I think the idea would be that you park this and then you wait for those morning earnings, and you're either going to get that setting the tone by banks, or we're going to continue up for the rest of earnings season. Now, there is something to be said about earnings season. We're coming into it. Generally speaking, we're coming into earnings season quite low, right? We're way down here. We're not way up here, right? So it's not like we're heading into earnings season right now. It's not like we're heading into earnings season parked at 457. We're pretty fucking low down here. So as long as we can reverse this to the upside, this is a daily chart. Matter of fact, this is a great chart to be looking at right now. Because if you see this reversal to the upside here on daily trend, if you can see this regaining, they park this shit right here today, and then you end up getting good bank earnings, and we're off and running again to the upside for those higher targets, 451 and all that kind of stuff over there. So looks like they're going to park it into tomorrow. I'm going to show these. Hold on 1 second here. Show all the. Oh, wait a minute. Am I showing all this again? Back to a 5-minute chart. So it does look like they're going to park this shit in here into tomorrow. Do I expect weakness? I do. I will expect, well, kind of. There's not really when we're below gamma flip, you should expect futures to buy this. What you'll likely see is cash market will last till 6. You'll also then see futures buy this shit. And then by 6 a.m., you'll see weakness until they report and we make a decision. So all this shit is garbage in here. I got nothing for you in overnight. I wouldn't expect much in the overnight other than this kind of shit until you start getting those releases in the morning tomorrow. So until that happens, I'm going to expect into the close today that we trade up to the daily trigger. That's right here. Oh, let me go back here and show you this. That's just right up here in here. Some kind of squeezing action into this close. Right up in here. And I wouldn't doubt us to sell this at 4 to 6 p.m. Futures buy it back up. 6 a.m. comes in, we start selling. You have to also think about Europe. The one thing I'm going to leave you with today and to the end of this day is this. And that is, be fucking careful. We talked this morning on the open. When we came on the show this morning, we said to you that they have not priced in this war yet. You might think, yeah, nothing's gonna happen. We talked about Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and we talked about Israel trying to ramp up and expand this war. And tomorrow, the 11th to the 18th, we said 11th to the 15th, possibly running into the 18th, you should at least have some kind of a plan for that. Matter of fact, this morning at 9:30, we said to you, don't come back in 2 days and see the market drop 200, 300, 400 points, and you didn't have a plan. I'm just long. I just own the market. I've got no putback spreads on. I've got no zero dates. I've got no cheap hedge, nothing like that. I've got no stops, any of that kind of stuff. And as a matter of fact, I think I deleted this stuff up here, but no, I didn't. So right here, you got your stops right here, right? You should have at least gotten stopped out here. You had a change above right here. Positioning went from green to red right there. So right there, we went from green to red in the positioning. Long, short. This was your first indicator telling you get out of your longs, right? Right here, right at 1 p.m., 1:03. And then down here, if you had stops, you should have triggered them down below. You should have not gotten caught in any of this here to the downside. Now, I don't know if this is a hit and run or not, but this does look like they're setting up for two things. Earnings season, how does the tone get set by banks reporting? And then the next thing that you have to look forward to, or not look forward to, I guess, would be, do we end up having any kind of craziness over the weekend? So if you're not here tomorrow on this stream, I want to express something important to you. Do not be long into this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, without some kind of hedge in this market. You do not want to wake up over the weekend and see, I don't fucking know. What's that thing they use there? Weekend Dow, the weekend bow. And watch the weekend bow be down minus 300 points for the DIA, minus 500 points, and then some wild shit goes on the weekend that you are not expecting from that war, okay? Yeah, if you're when Friday comes, between here and Friday, I'm going to end up having a bunch of cheap-ass zero dates for Monday, zero date puts for protection. It's like a cost of doing business, even if you are long. Even if you are I'm bullish here, by the way, if you want to know. I'm bullish yesterday, bullish today. I'm bullish on this market. Up and to the right. And seasonally, we should go up and to the right into the end of year. So this morning there was an article put out by CNBC that showed some data suggesting that the last 10 years we've had a very positive January through July. We've been down in August and September, and we've closed the year, the Q4, up 2%, I believe, and we're down 6 right now. So we should be up by December 8% from current price. Let's actually measure that right now. Let's take a look at that real quick. So if we measure an 8% move up, let me get rid of all this. If we measure 8% from, let's call it daily trigger, somewhere in here, right? If we're up 8% by December, I think it's every prior example in the past of us having that year, we end up, hold on a second, let me find this thing. That we wind up, let's see if we can show where the end of year projections are. Are you ready for it? You're probably not. Does anybody have on their bingo card 469? Does anybody have on their bingo card 469 by December 29th? Does anybody have that on their bingo card? I'm going to assume that half of you don't. Probably more. Do any of you have an 8% up move into the end of Q4 at some point in Q4 from current price? We could even assign it to like 435. From 435, does anybody out there, let me know in the chat, do you think that we'll trade 470 between now and the end of Q4? And I'll be fast and find that article for you from CNBC. I'm going to find that article for you here really quick. Hold on here. Because I just read it like a couple hours ago. Hold on here. I'm not seeing it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah. You got all these fucking bond traders want me to buy bonds. I'm like, get fucked with your bond trade. I'm not no old man. I want danger. Bond market's like, come buy the bonds, going to outperform stock market. I'm like, yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good. I was going to find that article from this morning that I read from CNBC. I'll post it on Twitter today. I'll post it later. At some point later today, I'll find it in my history and post it on Twitter for you. I don't have it in front of me, but they were saying that they were looking back on years that had 10% plus or more from January to July, that August and September wind up every time are down months, and then the Q4 turns into a 2%, or I think it was 2% up from its previous high in that time period. So that would be, we're down 6% right now, so that'd be about an 8% increase in SPX by the time we get to the end of Q4. I'll post that for you today. So if you want to know, like, am I bullish, am I bearish here? I'm just looking to get a fucking dip, dude. I'm just looking for another goddamn dip to get. Still long calls here. Have not sold. They were bouncing around. They're at like 20 cents, 29 cents. At one point, they're at 36 cents. Right now, they're only trading 26 cents right now. So we'll see what happens here. I don't want to get reversed as we head into. What I don't want to do is this shit to happen here. I don't want to see like the squeeze up and then the reversal to the downside of this close. So one way or another, I'm gonna have to close these bad boys out. So we'll see how this happens here. See if I can get out of this trade. Still up green right now, but nothing significant. Just pennies. Yeah, come on, Cap. Chicks dig bonds. Yeah, dude, they keep like, I keep like all these fucking bond articles. They're like, just buy bonds, dude. It's going to outperform. I'm like, yeah. I've been told that before with fucking IWM and small caps, and fucking been told that about mid caps all these years. And I'm like, I know exactly how this goes. They wrap you into bonds, they wrap you into small caps, mid caps, and then fucking NASDAQ just screams higher. And you're just like, fuck, should have bought fucking NASDAQ. All right, let's see what you guys are saying on chat right now. I'll post that article for you on Twitter this morning. Biggest Diggus? I think that's funny. I just read that one for the first time. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But yeah, I like Biggest Diggus. Yeah, I'm gonna post it on Twitter tonight. I'm gonna post the article that I read this morning. It was really fucking cool. So they were looking through some, and you guys already saw the seasonality chart, right? I've shown you guys that ad nauseum at this point. That we should get like the one low and then one more low, and then we should grind sideways and up into the end of the quarter. You guys have already seen that, right? You've seen the posts on the website and all that other shit. Yeah, that's right, Greasy Fingers. They're young Greasy Fingers right now. Come on, baby, print that shit. Give me my money. Down here fucking trying to buy dips in the middle of the fucking day and a hit and run by the Bears. I would if you're a bank trader, if you're a bank trader, XLF trader, I'm scrolling through the YouTube chat right now, and Floyd's Garage had mentioned something about it. If you are a bank trader, should we look at some of the shit coming out tomorrow? Let me see if I can give me a second here and I'll. What are we doing? What's going on here? Show me that fucking thing. All right, let's look at earnings whispers. Let's take a look at this for tomorrow. Let's zoom in, bro. Pretend we're like CSI there or some shit like that. Something that's not really real. Am I going the wrong way? There we go. We got BlackRock. We got JP Morgan, Citibank, PNC, Wells Fargo, Progressive, United Health Group. Dude, United Health Group. We're going to look at United Health Group really quick, too. Don't ask me why here. Trading 33 right now on 434Cs. Coming up in a resistance right now in the daily trigger. This is the place for you to run. If you're going to run, this is it right here. And I'm going to bring, as soon as we come, I'm going to, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on a second here. All right, so I'm taking 32 right now. I'm going to get out of my trade, and I'm going to talk to you guys about, we're going to go over and look at a few of these things for tomorrow. So let's look at Wells Fargo. What a piece of shit bank. Fucking Wells Fargo. What a dog shit, like, what a dog shit company. It's no offense to Wells Fargo, but talk about scumbags. But they are a bank, aren't they? So if you guys have any tickers you want me to review for tomorrow's earnings, we can. This looks good to me. Believe it or not, Wells Fargo for tomorrow. You guys want some expectations for Wells Fargo tomorrow? I think they rip fucking faces off. So just this right here, just watching this 30 minutes right here, without doing anything with you right now, watching this down move right here, higher lows on daily, higher lows on hourly, weakness right here, but for me, for Wells Fargo, I think they have a beat. Price target to the upside, $42. United Healthcare. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna tell you guys something, man. I'm gonna tell you guys something. Like, coming into this earnings season is a fucking gift. Did I do that right? I think I got that wrong. I think I got the wrong ticker. Didn't they just bought out a bunch of Oh, dude, what's the ticker symbol for United Healthcare? Oh, fuck me. Is it don't ask me why I'm interested in this, but I can't tell you why I'm interested in this. Oh, it's UNH, dude. I should have known that shit. It was UNH. What the fuck is wrong with me? Mine going a million miles an hour. Oh, yeah, it's already going up right now. Look at that shit. United Healthcare, it should be going up. I know a lot about United Healthcare in the background. I can't talk to you guys about. United Healthcare, take the money and run. Whatever their ER should be good. Price target on United Health, I'm going to tell you right now, they're fucking, they should be good. They should be really good. Price target on United Healthcare, so I can measure this. Whatever their report is, I'm going to tell you this on United Healthcare. Whatever, how much is that right there? 452. Oh, Jesus Christ, 100 fucking points. Price target for United Healthcare tomorrow, 550. I don't know. I don't even know what's expected on it, but regardless, expect some profit taking on United Healthcare tomorrow. So be careful of that one. If you win United Healthcare, they should be good. They should be good. But even if they are, take the money and run. I would not be trading calls, maybe, but I don't know that I'd be trading calls on United Healthcare. I just own the underlying and then sell out in the early morning hours and get the fuck on out of there. United Healthcare, I'm bullish on it with a sell. Wells Fargo, I am bullish on their earnings tomorrow. You going to do JPM? Hold on here. Yeah, United Healthcare is looking for a reason to roll, but I do see the squeeze. So JPM. Let's take a look at JPM, baby. Dude, I'm bullish on JPM too. Dude, I'm bullish on banks. I bet you nobody's bullish on banks. I'm bullish as fuck on banks right now. Now, saying that, let's look at something on banks here, okay? Let's look at a 30-minute chart. Or let's look at this, keep it on this daily here. This looks bullish to me, right? So see this right here? This looks bullish on their earnings, but what is making me really wary here is this right here. So it's almost like a rip up on JPM and then an immediate sell down. So maybe we are. There is a possibility here that you're going to see a lot of like individual ticker trading rather than necessarily index. Like if you do well, you're going to squeeze the fuck out of these tickers to the upside. Like JPM is an upside target of like 175, dude. 175. Now you know that they're going to only trade tomorrow like 155. Oh no, they'll trade tomorrow. They'll trade 152.01 or something like that. It's like, yeah, I got a target here of like 151 right here. And then another target right here in JPM right there. But you could see, like, if they do really well, dude, it would be hilarious if they did well on their earnings. Be fucking hilarious. Like, oh, we wound up doing this and we're up here. But it does look like it wants to sell immediately after going up there. So I'm bullish on these companies, but I think it might be take the money and run. Let's look at the half hour on JPM. You know, all the like the way. What's weird is that looking at, yeah, dude, that looks fucking sexy right there. That's so sexy, JPM, so sexy. 30-minute trigger is what I like to use to trade intraday stuff. JPM looks like it could go down, to believe it or not. How about this? I'm going to change my expectation on JPM. I'm bullish on Wells Fargo. I think that JPM, if they've got a neutral to an okay earnings, is more kind of like a whoop and then down. Whoop and then down. Like maybe 140. I said 150, 149, and then a reversal to the downside and consolidate. I'm going to expect JPM to give a neutral, like slightly bullish, but not necessarily, hey, yeah, it was a fucking great quarter. So if I had to guess here, JPM is okay, but not great. So bullish on Wells Fargo, mixed bag on JPM. Like it should come in like they should like meet estimates. And then I am bullish on United Health, but I think they profit take off it, whatever that squeeze, that beautiful squeeze higher is. Oh, good thing I closed those calls. We're rolling right now. PNC. Let's take a look at PNC. Remember what I said today, because I'll always love to see if I'm wrong. I should have went through their expected moves too, but I didn't. PNC, dude. Bearish on PNC. You just want an answer? I'm bearish on PNC. I'm bullish on Wells Fargo. I'm neutral on JPM. Bullish with sell on United Healthcare. I'm gonna write this down. Hold on. Let's see if I'm right or wrong in this stuff. So you guys are always looking for reasons to say you're wrong, right? Hold on a second here. So what did I say? I said UNH. I said bullish. Sell the news. PNC bearish. And I got Wells Fargo. I'm surprised that I'm bullish on them. Bullish, and that's my most bullish pick. And then JPM, neutral. So that's my picks for tomorrow. Any other calls for tomorrow? If I tweet it, if I have time, I will try to tweet it. I'll tweet the expected moves up and down, and then do I expect them to sell, like take the money and run, or if it is bullish, or if you're looking for an extension. To me, your best bet for an option where it will continue to run is likely Wells Fargo. That's my favorite pick out of the bunch. Do you guys disagree with those estimates or agree with those estimates? Let me know. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I gotta be honest with you. Looking at the charts, I would have expected bad news for Wells Fargo. Like off the top right away. You guys see me do these earnings seasons, right? We get them. We're pretty good. We get them pretty right. So I have high hopes for these picks right here. I will say, I will make a comment here though. If you do see bad bank earnings tomorrow, watch the fuck out. There is some there in this earnings season specifically. I want to make two or three comments to you that always are important to remember. These are things that I kind of live by. Number one,
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 71 million to the buy
maybe
side.
more than one comment. One comment is this: I'm not a fan of trading like calls into earnings. I really like to synthetically trade them through NASDAQ or SPY because you have a more of a window in options for like a 15-minute window before the close, 4 o'clock to 4:15. We can usually
This stream is sponsored by
synthetically
TixRite.
capture that money and get
TixRite
out
allows
before
you to actually hear order
there's
flow
a
in
sell,
futures,
right?
forex,
So if you have
and
a
stock
good
instruments.
report and it goes up,
Get
and
a
then
free
by open
trial
it's
at
flat.
TixRite.com.
So here we talk about this. There's a bunch of rules here. Number one, dealers love to trade both sides of the expected move on an earnings report. So if they hit the upside move, unless it runs away and they have to chase, they will end up trading in that week the up and downside move. Personally, my best wins are always synthetically trading these big reports through Qs or SPY. I don't recommend anyone ever buy like 0-to-8 puts and calls into a report. So I gotta say that as well. That you should have made your trades before, that kind of stuff, and you're being given an opportunity right now to, if you want to express that bullishness or that bearishness through the indexes. I wish I'd spent more time doing this today. If I have time tonight, I'll try to put out some expectations for each one of these tickers on Twitter if I can tonight. But some other key points here would be the banks should set the tone tomorrow for earnings. Also look for the first tech earnings to set the tone for tech as well. And coupled with all of that right now, you're dealing with all this overhang from fucking Hamas and fucking Israel and all that other shit. All that other garbage that you're dealing with right now. So kind of a complicated year. Or a quarter, I should say. It's kind of a complicated quarter here for you if you are a put this on here. That nice green 30-minute bar right there. Everybody panicking, freaking out. They got bulls trying to say they're going to sell their spreads, and I'm like, don't fucking sell those spreads. They're fucking dated for December for a reason. Now, what else we got here? Big short on Wells Fargo. I agree with that. Wells Fargo off the top. If you ask me just walking down the street, if you were like, hey, what are you most bearish on for tomorrow? I would just scream Wells Fargo. But looking at that chart, I think they're going to trap those fuckers. So, yeah, Turkey, I get you, brother. I get what you're saying. Turkey's looking for that guiding down. And I agree with you, Turkey. If you get that like sentiment, bank setting the tone for negativity, that will be the drumbeat into that first big tech earnings. I think it's Netflix, but I'm not sure. But I think it's Netflix. I haven't looked in the moment, but coming on up into the Daily Trigger. Oh, dude, I should have stayed in those calls. Now they're trading 36 cents. I only grabbed 32 on them, so I missed a few pennies. You guys want me to do BAC and you want to do BAC? Who else you want to do? City? I wish I had looked at the expected moves on these tickers, and I didn't have a chance to. Hold on here. I didn't have any fucking time today. BAC Here's BAC. Expectation 2750. I'm bullish. I'm bullish on BAC. I'm bullish on Bank of America. Fuck yeah, I am. Bullish on Bank of America. Next one. So I'll try to do this as fast as I possibly can. I'm bullish on Bank of America. What else you got here? Citi. Let me write that down too. BAC bullish. We'll see how wrong I am tomorrow. You guys are giving me a fucking minefield here. No. I'm bearish, believe it or not, on Citigroup. I'm neutral on Citigroup. I'm neutral. Let me look at the 1 day. Oh yeah, that's what it is right there. Ooh, that's you know what? I'm bullish on Citigroup too. I'm bullish on Citigroup. Should I say like tacitly bullish? Price target on Citigroup, 43.97. Unless you get a kick-ass report, 48.45. Bullish on Citigroup. Next one. You guys got any more? Hold on a second here. I got to answer this. Hold on 1 second. I got a phone call. Like my phone, dude, is like, my phone has been like scam call. I'm bullish on Citigroup. Price target to the upside, 43.97, 48.45. Downside targets, if they do report, have a bad report, 36.33. This week, 38.32, but then it'll start blasting down from there. Next one. You guys got any more tickers to call out? I love this. You big balls, you know it, doggy. Synthetically trading the market. Dude, I might want to grab some fucking calls here, man. Let's look at XLF really quick. You got fucking all these banks will be like, we built all this house. Oh, dude, I like this here too. I like it. You know, XLF is weird. I'm bullish on XLF. But it's not long lived. Let me do a XLF target here. XLF is weird. It's not long lived. Nope. That's wrong. Like my bullishness on XLF is like, yeah, dude. You know what? Whoa. You know what? It's like, you know what this looks like? It looks like XLF will go up tomorrow and then immediately fucking sell off. For like the rest of like tomorrow's options and all that shit. And then like next week you get your actual move. The real move in banks is likely next week. Something like that right there. It's a weird. It's like screaming to me that you know what screaming is like. Like our intermittent bullishness. I don't know if it's intermittent. Dude, I'm gonna get some goddamn fucking zero dates for tomorrow. These fucking bears are out of their fucking minds, dude. Out of their fucking minds. So this is SPOOs right now in a 1 minute. These fucking bears want to go. These fucking bears want to reverse our asses straight down. There's like intermediate bullishness and then sell that news on Friday. So, okay, so here you go. Here's my take on tomorrow. Okay, you guys ready? Here's my overall take on tomorrow for the beginning of bank earnings. You're going to see bullishness in bank earnings, and they're going to sell the fuck out of those bank earnings heading into the close on Friday. That's my take. Margin call. Oh, there goes that squeezing, baby. I'm bullish tomorrow on banks, on bank earnings. I can't believe I'm saying that. You guys are going to come on the show tomorrow and be like, you fucking lost, you sucker. Dude, 11,000 calls, 28 times on BAC October 20s. Travis 411, thanks for chiming in with that. You're welcome, Sheki Mavi Princess. I can never pronounce your name properly. Shekimovi. I need to pronounce that better. Shekimovan Princess, can you like phonetically pronounce your name to me so I can say it properly, so I don't fuck it up anymore? Hold on here. Let me check Twitch and make sure I'm not missing any of the chat. Here we go. Real time on Twitch right now. Thanks, Big Balls, for saying something in Twitch just then. If you are on YouTube, follow us on Captain Jim James on Twitter. Make sure you're following Trade the Trigger. As a matter of fact, how about this? I got something cool for you. If you, I will post, shit, I don't know if I have the fucking time to do this tonight. If I have the time tonight and I post charts for the reports tomorrow, I'm going to post them on the website. So follow Trade the Trigger handle on Twitter, and I will post the link to the website on that handle tonight. If I can get to it, I'll post it on that handle. So follow Trade the Trigger, the handle on Twitter. Set alerts on that handle. And if I'm able to get to posting those charts tonight, I will. And you can click through on that handle, and it'll get you to the website. And I'll have some expectations for tomorrow. Please don't hold me to that. I'm in the middle of a bunch of shit in the background here, and I don't know if I'll have the time. But if I do, I will post them before 10 p.m. tonight. Hell yeah, look, I'm parking it on the Daily Trigger into this fucking close, man. Look at that fucking parking job. Look at that parking job. These fucking these sellers are like Cap's out of his mind. These sellers are like, these sellers are telling you, they're telling themselves they're going to come down here just like this. You're going to get a bad bank report in the overnight, and you're going to get a fucking bloodbath. Like right here. Downside. Downside. Yeah, it's Trade the Trigger. Just follow TRADE, the THE Trigger. And that's going to become the official handle for the what we're doing here at some point. At some point, Captain Jim James is going to turn into just my own shit posting handle. So we're trying to shift everybody over there at some point in the coming weeks. Captain's Alpha, not now, but in the future, you're going to see us push over to Trade the Trigger on that one too. So, am I bullish or bearish on SPY? I already I already talked to you guys earlier about where I'll take a long. And earlier in the broadcast, I gave you 3 places where I'll pick up a long on SPY. I gave you the 3 spots that I was looking for to take a long. Sam, can you call me in the next 5 minutes, 15 minutes? Can you call me, please, the next 15 minutes? Matter of fact, I'm going to end the stream. Can you just call me in like 5 minutes, brother? If you have time, can you call me? Because I got to talk to you. I did have a meeting this morning about you. So if you could call me back, I'd appreciate it. The next 15 minutes or so. Right on, brother. Give me a shot. Matter of fact, whenever you call me, I'll turn the stream off. So just make that phone call, and the stream is out. If anybody doesn't know where I have those buy the dip, you guys, whoever that person was asking about buying the dip or where I'll take along, I'll show it to you. I'll do it so you can do a snapshot, okay? You can take a snapshot of this screen. Give me one quick second, and I'll give it to you here. Hold on. Some of you guys didn't hear what I said earlier. That's fine. I'll do it right now. Hold on a second here. 428.59. So this would be me. This is where I buy, okay? So I'm going to show you where I want to buy, okay? You can do a snapshot here in just a minute. Or 21.74. Or maybe this helps. Give me one quick second here, and I'll draw this out for you, real nice and easy here. Okay. So you've got these two right here: 428.59, 421.74. That is if there's a rejection. So if we get a rejection, so here, screenshot this one. If you're the person that asked earlier, where does Cap want to buy a dip? If we reject off this daily and hourly trigger, my dip buys are 428.59, 421.74. Do a screenshot. Screenshot this screen right here at home. You guys know how to do that, right? Just type in a screenshot in your capture at home or whatever. Now, if we don't reject there, if we do not reject there, or even here, I don't care if it's here, up there, it doesn't matter. Here, up there, it doesn't matter. We'll make it smaller. Down there, 428.59, 421.74. Now, I'm going to also draw it for you what I want to see to buy a dip. So like an upside dip buy for me would be a squeeze up here, consolidate, and then buy a dip right there. So buy the dip. So I either need to see the squeeze up in price, come back down, confirm the move on the hourly trigger and daily trigger in here. Let me draw something that you can $430. That's going to come down. 434.76. Somewhere down in there, right there. Okay. Does that work for you? Does that make more sense? That looks kind of wonky. I need to see this, or I need to see this action right here. I need to see this first. I need to see this blast up and then a continuation of the upside. I'll buy that dip on the confirmation check on the hourly and daily. Or if we roll down, this is my buy the dip down here. So no big trades for me right now. No big trades. I need to see price above the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. And the key point is squeeze up and hold it. Can start going up. That looks all wonky down there. Spaceman saying don't call until 1 p.m. I'll call you too, Bruce. I got you, brother. If so Shaq's saying he's in puts right now. So Shaq, what date are your puts? Shaq, what you can always add to your position, dude, on the call side. So if you're in puts and they're not dated for today, I'd put a strangle on, brother, or I don't know where you are in your puts, but strangle or a straddle, one or the other, depending upon where price is and you bought your puts and that kind of stuff. I'd straddle if you're upside down and just puts, add some calls, and whatever the winner is, you can break even likely. Let's say if they're dated for tomorrow or next week or something like that. Maybe I'll get a new low, and we'll get a new low and a double bounce in that area. What else we got here? Go handball 2. I just gave it to you, brother. You got it, man. You know where my buy the dips are. So until we get some kind of action like that, that's where I'll put a trade on. So this is actually looking like a hit and run. So let's take a look at this looks like a bear hit and run, not a this looks like positioning, not like blood or not like bearish blood. Let me look at the SPY hourly trigger. If you are a bull, you want to get above 434.76, man. That's the magic number. That is the magic number right there. That is the. Oh, look at that squeezing right now. Oh, look at that pain for bulls right now. I mean, bears. Bear anal probing right now. Ooh. 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 Ooh, ooh. There are links posted to you to join our Discord. It's free. I don't know what. I want you guys to know something. Like, I don't know how many other free services are out there. Like, you don't pay nothing to be around here. So there's no reason not to join the Discord. No reason not to follow on Twitter. No reason not to go to the website. Any of those posts are free. All that stuff is, all that shit is open to you. So. There's no reason not to join, no reason not to read that stuff, no reason not to join in with the community, all that kind of stuff. Ooh. Anal probing, engage. You guys heard what I had to say about after hours too, right? So you could see some weakness from 4 to 6 for cash market, but then it's really weird place for futures. Like, dealers aren't really forced to do anything here, are they? They're not for it. They're kind of delta neutral right. I think they're delta neutral right now, so they don't really have to buy or sell shit. So just like sideways, quiet night, wait until tomorrow. Exactly, big balls. Check it out, relax, get to know people, and start asking some questions. If you're a losing trader too, you can easily become a winning trader. People are making a lot of money in that Discord. You can easily become a winning trader inside that Discord. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Coming into the close right now. I'm going to leave the stream up. I got to get back to some meetings. Sam, give me a shout after 4 p.m., and I'll talk to you. I got some good news for you, brother, so give me a shout, all right? And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at in the morning, 9:30 if I can get here. I have my conferences in the morning, too, with I got some people I got to talk to in the morning, so. Yeah, thank you too, guys. I appreciate it, big balls. Yeah, Rocket Surgeon, man. Sometimes you can do like good strangles and straddles, but the thing that fucking annoys the shit out of me on earnings is like you buy the straddle. I love to sell calls and puts on earnings because, I mean, what are you going to, like, so many earnings are like, they scream up and they're flat by like they're flat by open, or you tag one side, then it comes directly back down. Like, the name of the game into the actual ERs is selling suckers, calls, and puts. Generally, not all the time. You can point out like one ticker that goes to the moon. You're like, look at that one though, Cap. That one went to the moon. Or, hey, Cap, that one went to the depths of hell. But if you're looking at a bell curve, most of earnings like the actual earnings is all about dealers stealing from you. It's all about like you placing a bet and them vacuuming it all up, and then you get the real move later, like after that expiry. So I'm not a fan of I fucking hate, I'll be honest with you, I fucking hate earnings. They used to not be like that. Earnings used to be like come and go. They weren't like the event that they've become. That's a recent phenomena, unless I'm wrong in that. But I don't remember earnings being that big of an event for a long time. Past like 5 years. Maybe I'm getting old now. Maybe I'm just getting fucking old. Past 2016 to 2018, they started becoming like more important, and then like 2019 got really important, and then of course the bullshit with COVID. Does anybody else? Am I the only one that doesn't remember? Am I the only person out here that doesn't that remembers that earnings were never a thing years ago? I guess I'm getting fucking old as time passes. It's like it's only a few years ago. Oh, no, it's 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Yeah, that's what you're saying. The rise of Robinhood is what created that. Yeah, you know what that reminds me of too is the reminds me of IPOs. Like when I see like the IPOs being released now, like just fucking fed to like an 18-year-old kid, I'm like, God damn, they're doing the nasty to these companies and these people too. Yeah, that's a good point too. Tesla though wasn't it? Tesla was always one of those companies though. That's a fair point on Tesla. That's a good point on Tesla. Yeah, so that wasn't 2016. That was 14, right? Yeah, that was 2014 when that started. I'm getting fucking old, man. I'm getting fucking old. Jesus. I'm getting fucking old. Pepperidge Farm remembers? Oh, yeah, Discord invite. Hold on, I'll get you a Discord invitation. Hold on here. I'm getting I mean, before you know, we're going to be like, remember 20 years ago when earnings didn't matter? There's an invitation to Discord. Just click on that Streamlabs link on YouTube and you can get in the Discord. Hey, Deckhand Dougie, man. Good to see you here, brother. Good to see you, man. Thanks for chiming in. I appreciate it, bro. Oh, Damon got in on the puts today. Yeah, you had fair warning on that, right? You had the cross, you had the break of the stops. As soon as that shit broke loose to the downside, it's like boom, boom, boom. Love you too, man. I got no trade here. I own the. If you guys want to know my positioning in the market, I had a very substantial trade on. I took it off, took the money and ran. I'm good for. Well, I'm not. I want to put another trade on, but I'm good for the quarter. Like my quarter is made right now. This whole Q4 is. I'm done. I've made everything I have to make for the year in this quarter on a call spread that I placed last week. Now, I would love to re-enter and trade that similar trade 2 or 3 times for the rest of the quarter if possible. That's just how it worked out this quarter. But for the other things that I've got in this market is I own like Verizon and I own a bunch of other dog shit like I own fucking Tyson Foods. I own crap like that, like all these like Dow Jones Industrial Average. And I didn't get to make that point today. So I own a bunch of like Dow DJIA stuff, but I want to own that for years. I've been scared to sell those positions, but I haven't. So I promised myself that I would hold them for a long time. I got scared 2 weeks ago because I was afraid of a repricing event on those tickers, and that hasn't happened yet. So I'm gonna stay long on that shit. I'm not hedged right now, which I should full warn you that I'm giving you advice, not advice, but hey, you should be hedged. I'm not currently hedged. I was not hedged today. I was hedged yesterday, but I am looking to hedge over the weekend. So at some point between tomorrow's opening of the day and then the close of the day, I'm going to put a hedge on over the weekend for those underlying tickers. Currently, no 0 dates open, none of that shit. No 1 dates. I was thinking about taking some zero dates on XL or on XLF or SPY, but I haven't done that here. So I'm just gonna sit on my hands and wait and see what tomorrow shows us, and trade based on the information we get tomorrow. Yeah, we got a. This is cool too. It's Sunny Dorf is saying Friday the 13th tomorrow. Not usually superstitious, but I think I'll be back. I'll set back and watch tomorrow. That's me too. I'm watching tomorrow. Trade degens. Well, that's what I was telling myself. I'm like, dude, I can degen trade the rest of the whole goddamn quarter here. I got a free boat. If anybody wants it. I actually do have a free boat available. If you're in Michigan, I'm trying to get rid of a boat. And if any of you guys know anything about boats, the boat market is fucking baller right now. It's not quite there, but it's getting saucy. If any of you guys follow the boat market is getting fucking saucy. Like $150,000 boats coming down into like the 80s and shit. So if the boat market can keep doing what it's doing, you could probably get a fucking $1 million boat for like $500,000 and get like a $250,000 boat for like $100K. Not right now, but soon. So the boat market is getting on fire right now. I'm fucking stoked for the boat market. There's not a lot of boats to be sold right now, but in the coming year or two, my man Jerome is going to hook me up with a dirt cheap boat, hopefully. Hopefully I get that dirt cheap boat. And dude, I have been patient as fuck. I've got a boat. If anybody wants a boat, if you're in Michigan or near Michigan, I have depending on who's measuring, I've got a 20-foot small cabin sailboat, trailer boat. Mast comes down. You can move it anywhere you want. Park it wherever you want. I just refinished it. Looks like shit, but it's got a new bottom on it. I just redid all the woodwork on it. You could easily sail this fucking thing all over the Great Lakes. Easily. Put a little motor in the back of it. Put a little motor in the back of it, and put the sails up. And dude, so I offered this to my daughter. She said no. But I'll tell you this: if you're like a young strapping young buck and you want to do a quick trip next summer, if you have a son or a daughter that wants to do an adventure, it would be the perfect fucking boat to spend a summer sailing the Great Lakes. If I was 16 today, I would fucking drop everything. It would be like a trip like doing one of the long trails. You just like get that boat, you put a motor in the back of it, you get a generator on the boat, a bunch of camping gear and shit like that, and you sail this fucking thing. And you could actually there's a couple big races you could do too. There's a big race from Wisconsin down to Michigan that's badass. But you could totally like take an entire summer off. You could sail with 2 people like that and be fine. If any of you guys are interested in that boat, I'll give it away to you for free. I would give it to you because I'm looking to buy a big ass boat. So if you know anybody in Michigan that wants and would put it to good use, I would give it to you. Yeah, it's a good boat. It's a fucking baller boat. Thing's never gonna sink. It's baller. It's fiberglass. It's got a trailer. It's got sails. The rigging is fine. It's not great rigging, but it's good rigging. For whatever you're gonna do out there. It's ready. It's ready to sail. The whole thing. It's ready to go. I sail it all the time. So it's a fucking boat ready to go. You can literally put it in the water, and it's ready to sail. No motor. And I'll give it to you. I fucking love this thing. Matter of fact, if I could keep it, I would. But the reason I can't keep it is because of what I'm trying to do. It's 4:03. Okay, I gotta go. But dude, trailer sailing is like some of the best sailing you can do. It's like low cost. You can put it in the water for the summer. You can take it out anywhere you want. You can just go on the weekends to a local lake or something, whatever you want. Yeah, depending who's measuring. Like if I'm dick measuring, it's like 23 feet, but it's more like 18 to 20. If I'm paying slip fees, it's 17 feet. If I'm drinking beers with my buddies, it's fucking 23. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning. I'll try to be here early morning. I'll try to get those charts up for you, and I'll post that article right